I have my over my ghost transitions instead of the regular fade transitions. Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Vampire the Masquerade Philadelphia by Night. We are playing kind of like a second part of last Camarilla game. So you do not have to see the last Camarilla episode, but it certainly does help add the layers to what's about to happen. And we are joined for the very first time by the wonderful, incredible, dare I say magnificent, Candace.
Hello,
Hello.
everyone. I'm so
Um,
happy to be here.
I am so happy. Aetherius recruited you, and I was like, this is the best day. Um,
I gotta give some credit to Calamity too, because we both had a conversation and we are like, maybe we can get Candace the Magnificent. Do
I
you
was
think
like,
that's
yeah.
yes!
And
Can I tell you, I was so easy to catch. So easy. I was like, that's me. If I want to be in it.
oh no, I hope there's no Vampire the Masquerade games out there.
In Philadelphia, where I'm from. Oh no.
I didn't know you were from Philly.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I grew up in
Oh
Holland,
my gosh.
Oh
right
my
outside
gosh.
of Philadelphia. Yes, that's where
Oh,
I am from.
no pressure. Well, just so everybody knows, if you are going to PAX U, North Wolf 911 and I are coordinating an Airbnb for a VTM LARP. So if you end up coming and you are part of the cast, you can play as the cast for a night. Uh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just learning this and I'm kind of freaking out.
I've just started plugging
Yes.
it. So if you would like to, it is a very super casual, like if you are in the cast of PBN and you want to be your character, you are in. Um, and even if you don't want to play your character, but yes, so that's happening. And before I said I was gonna do all the announcements first, but instead I'm gonna do introductions. So everybody, please share as much time as you'd like, who you are, where we can find you, and every single thing you're in, and every single award you're nominated in. And we will start with Candace.
Oh boy. Hi, I'm Candace. You may know me as Candace Magnificent if you are on the internet, which I guess you are because you're here. My pronouns are they, she. You can find me at the Candace Marie on Twitter and Blue Sky, at Candace Magnificent everywhere else. Tomorrow at some point, I'm going to go live on my Twitch channel, which is Candace Magnificent, and I am going to play uh, gay pride covers on my ukulele. So come on by if you want some of that action. You can see me every other Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, doing what we do in the Shallows, which is an original 5e horror game. Shout out to Matihi Piper in the chat, who is the GM for that. You can see me in the VODs on Chaotic Wholesome Presents YouTube channel for my Pride event that I just finished up. I did a big Pride 4-week deal. We are on pause until the 17th of next month, where we will do our fourth and final table of Monster Hearts, and it's going to be a fucking banger. I will be the storyteller for that one, so please come by. And you can see me on your Crit Award ballot for Best Chaosium Player. I am in 3 shows that are Chaosium shows if you want to watch them and see what you think. You can see me on Otherworld Hollywood, which is a podcast, anywhere you catch your pods. You can see me on Shadows Among the Stacks over on Live from the Apocalypse. And you can also see me in Elbow, which is also Live from the Apocalypse, which is like an Eldritch ladies wrestling 3-shot that I was in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I play King Evil. You don't want to miss it.
My brain whirled forward with that concept
Yeah.
for a second. I did like walk through that. Like,
You can
that's
also see
amazing.
me on Castleton as well. Oh, I forgot. I'm also nominated for best makeup and hair and whatever and costume. That one's good too. But there's like 2 other people I'm up against that are just ridiculously talented. Both categories. I'm just like I'm probably not gonna get it, but I like that my face is on the paper, so that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see me and several of the people here in Castleton as well. Lady Amaya is my Minotaur demigod. She's up to no good, but only good at the same time. Not like Emilia though. Emilia is just up to good. So
Mm-hmm.
Right,
no need
right,
to
yeah.
worry here at this table.
Absolutely. A pinnacle of
Mhm.
good behavior.
I
I feel
think that's
safer
it. I
already.
mean, you know what? You can also hear me on Bloom and Blight, which is a Girl by Moonlight podcast. You can hear me sometimes on Three Black Halflings. You can hear me over on Frequencies and the Albright, which should be coming out later this summer. And now I think I'm done. I'm pretty sure that's it.
That is so many more projects than I thought, and I feel like I need to like binge Candace content for an entire weekend.
I have a whole
Incredible.
playlist if you want. I can give you multiple playlists if you'd
Yes,
like.
please. I'm dead
Okay.
serious. Please do that.
Yeah, I
Um,
will. I'll give you my YouTube one and my Spotify one.
yes, because I travel a lot, so this will be great. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Next up is Calamity. Hello.
Oh, hi, I'm Calamity. My pronouns are she, they. You can find me all over the internet as Hey Calamity with 3 Y's at the end. I do all kinds of stuff in the tabletop space, from performance to production to more recently dramaturgy. I also am the creative producer and founder of a little group called Telltale Hearts. We like to promote diversity and promote and celebrate diversity in the tabletop space, as well as create stuff ourselves. We have newsletters, we have actual plays, we have charity events that we do. We just finished up a really fun Star Wars one in May, where we had like 60 plus creators of color doing just a whole bunch of Star Wars APs, and it was incredible. So check that out, because all of those stories were just chef's kiss and deserve to be watched over and over again. Yeah, and I also do streaming on my channel, which is Hey Calamity with 2 Y's on Twitch, where I play a bunch of different stuff, mostly going to be Final Fantasy 14. Not going to lie, that's going to be most of my content coming up because Dawn Trail just came out and I'm still in Heavensward. That makes sense to some people.
I had a reaction. I was like, "Oh, it's good. That's my
Sorry.
favorite expansion. You will love it. It's so good." And the
I'm
music,
so excited for
amazing.
it. The music is already so good. Ugh.
Mhm.
But yes, and then on YouTube, I do visual novels and RPGs. So and occasionally vlogs.
Yes.
And I'll be at
Incredible.
PAX East.
Who are you playing on Castleton?
Oh my gosh, I'm also in Castleton, and I play Ursula Mace, the middle Mace child, who's very confused. Very confused.
That's fair. Very fair.
Incredible.
As you-
That's everybody is in so many projects and I love it. And I love that everybody's in Castleton too. And speaking of Castleton, Aetherius, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hell yeah, I would. My name is Aetherius Bordeaux. You can find me around the internet at most places as at Vampire Himbo, except here on Twitch, it's at _Vampire Himbo because somebody beat me to it. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, I am an AP actor, relatively new into the space. I do have a few series under my belt now. You, as Aaron referenced, can catch me in Castleton, where I am playing Phineas Revelborn, who is an in-universe morning show host and a morally ambiguous gay supervillain. And it is one of the most fun or that I've had like playing a character. And you can actually, if you go to the Winter's Tales Co. Their YouTube, you can see I did an awesome segment. We're doing like bonus content for Castleton now. We did a Good Morning Castleton like separate episode. If you've ever seen like the fashion photo review for a Drag Race, it is styled like that. It's like in the vein of that, where we are doing slays and nays for the entrances for folks as they come into Castleton or as they walk into matching season, rather. So that project has been a ton of fun. Shout out to my good friend AJ. You can always find me here, right, playing Jean-Pierre. Mutvia on Tuesdays over on Vox and Quill. You can find me and Aaron. The cast for Vox and Quill is made up entirely of characters from Philly by Night, or actors from Philly by Night. Not all at one table, but everybody who plays in that cast is part of the larger Philly by Night like cinematic universe, and I love that. And then I think in the fall I have Saints Curiosities coming out, which is a project I'm super excited about, and it's finally like begun production, and we've been recording. That is an audio drama. It takes place in the 90s. The pitch for it was Buffy meets X-Files, and so I immediately said yes upon learning about it. There I play Marcus McCoy, who is a conspiracy theorist, and he has his own pirate radio station that he runs out of an abandoned fire tower. So, yeah, I think that's everything from me. Oh, I have one other thing, but I'll save it for the end, Aaron.
Okay. Alrighty, and last but certainly not least, we've got Daryl. Hello, Daryl. Welcome back. You're muted.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about? I said it is least because I'm doing the least amount of stuff here. Hi, I'm Daryl. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Mr_DarrylDorsey. As far as projects, I am the main storyteller, GM, and DM for Fangame Podcast, where we are currently wrapping up our Vampire Chronicles San Diego by Night. We'll soon be putting out episodes of me taking them through Curse of Strahd. And we just did a Monster of the Week one-shot where I learned on camera how to run that freaking game, and I don't like not being able to roll against my players. I found that out very quickly. I was just like, because if the players roll too high in that game, there is nothing that I can do to them, and I don't like it. There is an upcoming project with Queen's Courts Gaming that I am in, that when it comes out and I know I'm allowed to say what it is, I'll definitely be promoting it, but keep an eye out for that. And I'm going to fully promote one of my favorite projects that I've done this year, which is with Mayday Roleplay. If you look up Mayday Roleplay Godzilla King of the Cosmos, we did a beam saber game where we play as jockeys. First episode, we had to fight Godzilla, and that was a losing battle. If you want to see me playing a futuristic jockey that's kind of a old, not even an old, Southern lawyer, yes. It can be said that I get pigeonholed as playing a Ventrue a lot, which is part of the reason why I made Marcus a Toreador, because that character was fully a Ventrue, and everyone said it. But that's all for me.
Okay.
I am not in Castleton. That's my last thing.
That's okay. Is Mayday Roleplay on Twitch?
Yes.
Yes, they are on Twitch, YouTube, and wherever you can find a podcast.
Perfect.
Great group of
I
people.
posted them. I gave them a shout out, so go follow them and support all of your local players. I don't make the rules. Hello, I am erinmylaundry. I'm your storyteller for the best city in the entire world, Philadelphia, and I will not be taking questions at this time. I am proud that this is a charity stream all of June. It has been we have been raising money for Galay, which is a QT BIPOC led and minded organization in Philadelphia that provides services and resources for underrepresented folks. And we will be, you can go to my Ko-Fi to donate money, and then I will be at the end of the game, I'll be transferring all that money into one lump sum for Galay. And if you donate, you are in the running for one of two shirts or posters by Philadelphia Printworks, which is a Black women-led organization or company that offers, I can get this out, that provides printing services and pushes BIPOC artists, and all of their pieces are beautiful and they go towards charities. They have a whole Palestine line, and they've got a bunch of other like local charities that they support as well. So one random donor and then the highest donor will receive a shirt or a poster of their choice. And you can find out more by talking to me once you donate the money, and we'll talk if you are selected. Also, we are sponsored by PPW for the last couple days of June. You can purchase something on their site and use Philly by Night 15 and get 15% off. And our final sponsor is Jody's Dice Farm, who make our well, they don't make but they make VtM dice, which are very pretty, and they are made out of jasmonite, which is a faux stone material. It is ethically sourced and locally sourced UK materials, and Jody does not utilize labor intensive next day services, so it is all like very mindful and lovely, and Jody is wonderful. So we is sponsoring us as well. You can go there and put in the code Philly by Night, and you'll get 10% off all of your dice, including non-VTM dice. So feel free to check her out as well. And last but not least, and I am also nominated for a crit award. Aetherius will yell at me if I don't say.
Yay! I'll find you in the parking lot if
Yeah.
you don't say.
He'll put me in torpor. I am nominated for best storyteller for World of Darkness, and there are 3 other people that are seriously really, really good. So I'm just happy to have a nomination. It's my first time storytelling, so I can't believe it. With that, this is Vampire the Masquerade. We have gone over our lines and veils, and we've negotiated them behind the table, but we have not negotiated them with you. So if you are new to VTM, it is a violent horror themed game. It talks about political undermining. There's themes of talk of consent, pushing consent, completely like going over, like just negating consent as a concept. There is a lot of gore, there's a lot of psychological stuff happening. If that is not your thing, feel free to like just skip this game, but please, before you go, support everybody here, because everyone's projects here are amazing, and these are some really, really talented people. But if that is your thing, then stick around, because we're going to tell a really fucking amazing story. So with that, are you all ready?
Hell yeah.
Ready.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. All right. We find ourselves in darkness. We, the viewers, can see flashes of warm light whizzing by our periphery, as if we are closing our eyes but passing under highway lights. You can feel a slight vibration underneath. You can't hear anything, although if you really tried hard, you could probably hear sounds like voices from underwater. Aetherius.
Yeah.
This is your reality at the moment. You had not only been staked very close to the heart, almost on purpose too close to the heart, but your friend was pushed 3 flights of stairs in the Franklin Institute just moments before. You didn't get a really good look at the people that did this, but you also saw flashes of... I'm going to let you decide. I'm going to say you have 3 1-second clips of who or what your brain would have latched onto to protect you from experiencing torpor for the first time. Can you describe what those 3 things are?
Yeah, for certain. In the first flash, we see from Aetherius's perspective, which is much shorter in this, as he looks up to a beautiful black woman. She has her hair up right now. She is holding a letter in the kitchen, and his birth mother, Kara, holding the letter for when he first got accepted into a gifted and talented school when he was younger. I think the second thing is going to be Ramon, which is the name of somebody that was very important to Jean-Pierre at one point. And so you see this bronze-skinned black man sitting next to you from the camera's perspective, who turns and looks at you, and you see a pier in the background. And in the final image, you see Annaleigh from the perspective of Jean-Pierre laying down. And upon waking up for the first time after being rescued by Annaleigh, that image has like burnt itself. The first moment, the first seconds of unlife. And I think what Annaleigh represents to him is stability amongst the chaos, a kind of like order in the storm. So those are the three things I think he would see to keep him back from fully derailing.
What was your name before you returned?
Riley Howard was my name pre-fake identity.
We go back in time to a young Riley walking into a well-recommended therapist's office for the very first time. And as we open the door, the very first words that you hear from Emilia Dupont is your name, Riley Howard. Emilia, I need you to make a rouse check as your past self, seeing this somebody who can be somebody amazing with the right resources, the right mentor, the right kind of path into the unlife. And a rouse check, for those who don't know, we are all learning VtM, and a rouse check is just a D10, and a 6 and above is a success.
I got a 3.
Okay. Now,
Do I add anything to it?
Nope. So when you fail a rouse check, it just means you get a little bit hungrier. But the way that works in Philly by Night is your beast manifests either through audio and or visual hallucinations. So I would love for you to tell me what this core part of you as a kindred, the last raw, primitive, primal part of humanity that has clung to you. What does that look and sound like?
I think there is a break in the coldness that she kind of presents, the kind of unfeeling quality that she has about herself to try and be as objective or appear as objective as possible in this atmosphere within her office and a place that she feels most comfortable in. And I think the break in that Riley may or may not see is a little like a hitch in her breath, and just a little too much excitement to welcome him in. I think knowing my clan as well, there might be a flash of like gold or yellow in my eyes when I like welcome him inside the room as well.
Ooh, it's giving Claudia vibes a little bit. Like,
yes,
the very earnest,
very compulsion.
Yeah. Okay, so as you see Riley open the door to your office, there's almost like a wave of heat and ice at the same time that flashes over your eyes, and it's almost like if somebody simultaneously blew smoke and like It's like they blew a menthol cigarette into your eyes. That sort of like cold heat. And Riley, I want you're going to continue your roles as if you were like with like a normal roles and skill set, but I'm gonna kind of homebrew them a little bit to make up for that since you were still human. Can you roll a wits plus awareness?
Yes.
Um,
It is bizarre and an out-of-body experience being called Riley, because that is like for Aetherius the player.
no hunger dice for you.
Okay, so do I still have? Would this be something that? So I have the stunning, wherein I get to roll or add 2 extra dice to all appropriate social dice pools, but I don't know if that would apply here. Would it?
No, you're not gonna roll any disciplines. You're just gonna roll skills and attributes.
God. Excellent. What's
Except, you know what? I'm gonna revise that. Except for if you think that Riley's personality carried through to his kindred self significantly enough that you could adopt a discipline as a human, I would say you could use your discipline.
I think fundamentally Jean-Pierre is like a bit of an anomaly insofar as that like he kind of flourished in his after he died and after he became a vampire. Whereas I think a lot of people kind of wax poetic about the diminishing humanity and a number of these different things. He doesn't actively feed the beast, but I think much of the Jean-Pierre that we know in the current day timeline is a result of Kindred life and of Annaleigh. I think he was a lot more kind of jovial, carefree. I don't think he was like as self-involved specifically before
Absolutely.
dying and realizing that like you know
Yeah.
no one has your back in life or after death, but especially after death.
Okay, so understanding that he wasn't nobody when he was a human, he was still somebody really special. He really thrived in the unlife side of things. So we're gonna say no disciplines, just a flat wits and awareness.
Okay. Sweet. I got 4 successes.
Okay, it's you know, kind of like early evening. This was the only therapist that was able to accommodate your crazy schedule working, and you notice as you open there's like traffic by Emilia's window that shines a light towards her, but you could swear there was like something else, like trick of the light. Her eyes are just radiant. And then it goes away immediately. And you are here for your very first session. Let us,
Right.
yeah.
Riley, it's nice to meet you. Please come in.
You must be Dr. Dupont.
Yes, it's so nice to meet you. She reaches out to shake your hand.
Jean-Pierre reaches out and shakes her hand. It was so difficult finding anybody during this time slot, and I was thrilled when I heard that they had a Black therapist in this time slot. I felt like I won the lottery, so I'm so excited.
I was happy to open up my books for you. I really enjoy doing work during the day, having a lot of private clients, very high paying people who don't really want to be seen coming into the office. So I tend to open up my hours in the evening. It really works for me.
Nice, I love that. I hope I get to have that kind of freedom someday. Do I sit here? And he's going to gesture to...
You can sit wherever you feel most comfortable.
Okay. He looks around the room and then sits down in the place that he pointed to begin with. And you see him kind of... a little bit of the new therapist jitters. This is someone you're going to be talking to about the deepest recesses of your psyche. And so the vibe check immediately, I feel like, is important that first day with the new therapist. And so you see him settle in to the couch, visibly optimistic, because he, as like a lot of Black Americans are, very happy to have like a Black mental health care provider. So this is like a success for him.
She sees your apprehension, and immediately walks around the room and picks up a small remote on her desk. The room itself is, again, large windows at the back. The blinds are kind of open, so there's a little bit of light shining in that way. The walls are an off-white color, like a very kind of calming, almost a grayish, like foam color. And there's like crown molding around the edges, and in the corners of the room that make it look really elevated, that are like a deep kind of almost black burgundy color. That is sort of a theme throughout this room. There's varying kind of aspects, like there's a chaise longue, there are a couple of chairs in the front, as well as one like medium-sized sofa, a chair for her to sit in, as well as a really stately desk kind of tucked into the corner. And there are sconces on the walls rather than like floor lamps. And when she uses the control, it changes kind of the tone in the room. So you still have a little bit of that like light from the street coming in, but it's very kind of like reds and like a little bit of like yellows and maybe even like a little bit of orange is kind of lighting the room with some soft, natural colored lighting from the side. And she sits down. Emilia is a taller woman, probably about 5'10", curvaceous, kind of like slim thick. And she has, you can't really tell what kind of hair. This looks like it's almost too perfect to look like her natural hair, but at the same time, she doesn't seem like the kind of woman who wouldn't have perfect hair. She's wearing very understated makeup. The red lip is the boldest thing about it. She has small black glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, deep brown skin, and very like long fingered hands that have a lot of rings on them. And she wears kind of like a red blazer, like a burgundy blazer, with a high necked, like a high collared shirt. And around her neck is a silver pendant, like a silvery looking pendant, maybe even rose gold, you can't quite tell in the light, of a snake. And has like lots of gilding on top of it. And she's wearing some very fitted trousers and a very sensible pair of like platform loafers. Like they're not too outlandish, but they're clearly like Alexander McQueen or something like that. She sits across from you and crosses her legs and takes out her notepad. So, I know it's not ever easy to have this conversation for the first time. Someone's getting to know you. You're brand new to this. And, you know, I am not. I would love to, you know, bring you through this journey that you're about to embark on. So please tell me, what brings you to my office today? How can I help you?
Oh boy. I think by large, I have had some momentum, some success in my career. Lately, I am a fashion designer. And there's this paradoxical thing that's happening wherein, like, the more success that I am finding, the less I feel like myself, and certainly, like, the less I feel like worthy of the success. And so really, I feel like it's imposter syndrome, but I also feel like there could be another layer there. That's what I'm here for, is to like try to unpull the tangled little ball of like headphone cords.
I see. Okay. You're saying the more success you gain, the worse you feel. The worse you feel about yourself, the less you feel that pull to who you are as a person.
Yeah, it's like I have this ambition to always do and be better, and it's like when I am better and do that, it's like I think I push the goalpost forward a little bit, and so I just this doesn't seem sustainable in the long time or in the long term. I mean, I would love to move forward in my career. I did a huge live stream with Vogue That was the biggest thing that I've ever done, and it boosted my social media so much. And since then, I don't know, I've been finding it difficult to just. The world is in neutral tones, it feels like. And that vibrancy that I used to get from not just life, but from like my passion for my work, it just, I don't know. It seems like, again, the higher that I climb, it feels like the more that I'm losing, but I still feel this inborn compulsion to climb, if that makes sense.
It does. It sounds like you're very driven, which I think is an extremely positive thing. What I'm hearing, and pardon me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but what I'm hearing is that you're on a mountain, right? You're on a journey up a vast mountain of success. And the higher you get to the top, the thinner the air gets, and the harder it is for you to breathe, take full like breaths that are going to sustain you to keep climbing. And eventually you're going to reach the top of that mountain and there's going to be no air. Is that really kind of what you're giving me right now?
Yeah. I mean, that's like an amazingly poignant interpretation of that. I think in your explanation, I may understand it a bit better. I've always felt this need to satisfy and approve. My mom had very high expectations of me. She gave me a lot of the things that she didn't have, and I think like as a result of that, I wanted to make sure that like, you know, am able to take care of her in the way that she took care of me. And I think that the pressure that she put on me was helpful, was a motivating factor, but it wasn't without side effects, I think. So unpacking that and unpacking a lot of stuff surrounding that may be a good point or a good place to start. Actually, no. You are the expert. You tell me where you feel like the best point of genesis is, but
Mm-hmm.
I I've I'm glad I'm here. I'll say that. I'm glad I'm sitting across from you. I'm glad I'm taking some tangible step into dealing with this, but talking about it is just like something I'm gonna have to get used to.
I'm glad you're here too. And honestly, talking, I think, is the first step toward healing those wounds that you have. It sounds like as a young person, you had a lot on you. And now you're reaching this place where that baggage is easier and easier to handle and to carry, but you feel like you're not building enough to continue kind of carrying that burden. I'm wondering, why do you feel you need to limit yourself? Can you say more on that?
Well, there were a lot of times, particularly in like high school, especially towards the end of high school, wherein I would push things maybe a bit too far, right? Like I was determined to get into a good school, and I knew that that was going to require a lot, and there were some things I don't have the most I don't have the firmest grasp on math and science in particular. And I maybe use some performance enhancing like study materials to get through that. And my mom found that out and she freaked out, and after that was when I feel like the bumpers were kind of put up, like the safety rails a little bit. I think she saw the results of the years of pressure, and then maybe I think in these final moments or in these final months or the last year before I left for college, I think tried to rectify it, and it stuck with me. It stuck with me. Like I feel myself reaching a certain amount of momentum, and it's like I feel this impulse to like slow down and that's honestly when a lot of the negative self-talk happens, is when I like prevent myself from overdoing it, and then just I think I'm giving my brain too much time. I'm giving it enough rope to hang itself, essentially.
Riley, when you say that, the scene kind of flutters to a stop, and it almost rewinds to that point where we saw your mother holding the envelope, so excited that her baby was going to a gifted and talented program. And then that sort of fast forwards, like unnaturally, like when people like put their bones at, like they're disjointed, their shoulders pop and come back in. It's very disarming. That sort of fast forwards into a vision of your mother weeping at what you have just described, finding out and being incredibly disappointed. And then it sort of, everything sort of fizzles, like floats away like ash in the wind, and it's dark. And coming through the scene is Prince Marcus and Annaleigh, who are walking through this void while the scene changes. And then, like watercolor being added to a canvas, the room around them comes to fruition. And Marcus, you receive a note from your front man in the one that we remember coordinated. Yes, thank you. He passes you a note, very his hands are shaking. He's a little nervous to give it to you. And he, as soon as you take it from him, he kind of steps out of the room.
Very subtle, Brennan. Very subtle. Oh, I read it.
It is a note from Silas at the Chantry. It's got the Franklin Institute little like stamp on the top of the letterhead, and it says, call me immediately. There's been a problem. Also will alert Annaleigh. And the little signature at the end just says S.
Okay, I can see why you ran away. Oh, it's 2024. I just have a phone now.
Yeah, yes, you do.
I don't use my main phone. I get one of the mini burners that the Camarilla definitely hands out, and I call Silas.
It picks up after like 1.5 rings. Silas Greaves.
So, what's the problem, Silas?
I just left a message for Annaleigh. There's been an issue. There's been a breach at our chantry. There is Simone Matizzi, I believe you know them. They were thrown 3 flights of stairs to the bottom. They are alive, but also Jean-Pierre is missing.
Where's John?
He is the one that told me, sir.
Okay.
Your Majesty, this would never happen in the Chantry. I don't know how this could have happened. We vet everybody that comes in. We have strict protocol of who's allowed down here.
I'm on my way.
Would you like me to try to reach Annaleigh a different way? I've left a message with her.
I'll contact her.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I will be here. Just, you're expected, of course.
All right. Thank you for getting to me as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
As soon as I hang up, motherfuck. Ugh. Tonight was movie night. All right. We were gonna watch Hamilton. He lived in that time. He wants to see it. He hasn't seen it yet.
Honestly, that's fair.
he immediately goes to Brennan, tells him to arrange. Should I go in a full blown like? You know what? No. I'll just have like 2 security with me, but I'll go in a single car. It won't be a full thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll contact Annaleigh on the way.
Okay. Are you bringing Lucius?
That's one of my security.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
You'll love to see it.
And as you open up the back of the back door of your what car? What's your
This
car?
is gonna be a Yukon XL. It has the extra flap in the back, so the seats fold down, so it's fully. There's enough room for a large Tiger back there.
Yeah. And I bet that the seats are already folded. It's already decked out, ready to go for So Lucius, you open up the back and he's Brennan. I imagine Brennan is holding him like on a leash and like terrified.
I would say he doesn't even have to hold. And honestly, Brennan's been around long enough. They have a rapport.
Okay, good.
Besides, I would honestly say, outside of my command, Brennan has the second most sway with Lucius.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so he's got, it's almost like a little parade, and it's just very showman, very professional. Lucius comes up and just very effortlessly steps into the car and circles around and lays down.
And because it's no longer. It was still weird in the 80s to just have a sword, but not as weird. Rich people were doing weird stuff. I think he instead has daggers that he has on him tonight that he has more concealed. But when seen, he's dressed what you would think is like a typical Ventrue would dress like, just a standard black dress shirt. Some well-tailored slacks, but the Ventrue pops out when you see his shoes, which are very shiny and have an emblem on them.
Those are nice.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so as you drive, we sort of get an image. The camera pulls away, and the Yukon goes down the long path. And the camera goes back and travels through Philadelphia to the very expensive brownstone that Annaleigh lives in. Through her balcony, you have missed calls, but you're not going to miss the next one. But before you do, I need you to make a rouse check. Oh, same with the prince.
If I fail this, that'll be
it's a D10, right?
More reason why I was upset.
I got a 9.
Perfect.
I pass.
Perfect. Okay. Annaleigh, it is a normal night. What does your normal downtime look like?
Annaleigh doesn't get a lot of nights to herself, so I think that she is taking this time to really just indulge in her what's it called, penthouse? What is she in?
Yeah, it's a brownstone, so she's got a really nice.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, sorry, it's like a really beautiful townhome.
Okay.
The brown brick, yeah.
Oh, got it. I've never heard that term before. I'm from Florida.
Oh, they're all one-story homes in Florida. I used to live there too.
We don't have a whole lot. Yeah. Well, we have some now, but yeah, I would say that Annaleigh is definitely in her classic robe with the long sleeves, the long silk robe. She has a glass of probably a glass of wine, probably, and she's just kind of swirling it and looking out at the city, which is kind of her favorite pastime. TV doesn't do much for her these days. But she's just sort of watching the night go by, which is why she has ignored her phone, because she has a very specific ring for very specific. So she has not gotten a ring that has made her willing to go to her phone just yet. I don't remember if I named her dog, but her dog is there.
Yes.
The Doberman.
Yeah.
And he's sitting curled up. I would think she has like a couch, like those lounge couches, right in front of like this big window, and she's kind of laying on it, and he's at the foot of it, and she's just sort of listening to music, probably a variety of things, but just enjoying her evening. Like she is fully thriving in this moment. She has not had a night off for a while because she's usually running around doing things for the prince. So she is just the happiest. She's like, maybe I'll turn in early. I'm not even gonna like go out. Maybe I'll like order taken, which is she's a what's it called, consensualist, so she might make a call. Yeah, she's having a great time. She's really enjoying herself.
You do receive a call, but it is not from the prince yet. It is, however, a very familiar ringtone that you thought you wouldn't hear for a very long time. Emilia, I would love for you, when Annaleigh picks up the phone, to describe what may or may not happen to her precious baby boy.
The precious baby on the couch?
No.
Okay. I think you hear in a more growly voice than you might expect. I know how much you love that thing. A lot more than maybe you've ever loved me. It'll vanish. Just gone. The only thing I'll leave you is a collar. Maybe a little scrap of something to show how much blood it had to bleed for you, for your love. So that you'll know, darling, I would bleed so much more to have another moment alone with you.
What have you done?
Nothing. I'm just saying. It's just, hypotheticals.
What have you done?
You're so suspicious of me.
As if you've given me any reason to be anything but. What have you done?
I'm just missing you. That's all. I've not done anything. I am behaving myself. For now. But I mean, if you don't come see me, I will have to do something. And I don't, you know me, I like doing what I want to do, not what I have to do. That's a drag.
Is he? What? Where? And I think at that moment she hangs up. And then with her other hand, she I think she hangs up, throws down the phone, screams, and with the other hand just throws her glass at like the nearest mirror and just both shatter. And she's breathless and shaking, and she's kind of expecting another call.
I had a weird, just to let you know, I had a weird tech issue where my sound went out for just like maybe 10 seconds on your end. But
Okay.
it's okay. It was just when the end of the phone call. So they didn't miss anything except for the final threat, like visit me or else kind of thing.
Okay.
So sorry about that. It is fixed now.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, so Emilia, when the phone hangs up, where are you?
I think I'm in my office. I think I'm genuinely there. I have my heels kicked off in like cute kind of sheer socks with little polka dots on them to show like the slightest amount of playfulness. I'm drinking deep from a large glass of something dark and rich.
You get a knock at the door, and it's a familiar, like, quick 3 knocks.
I pause for a second, kind of roll my shoulders back, straighten up, put my shoes back on, and open it.
A man and a woman come in, carrying a very stiff corpse between them. It is Jean-Pierre with a stake through his chest, just like you had asked. And the man and the woman kind of like it almost looked like they their shoulders straightened immediately when you answered the door, as if they had been a little bit lackadaisical in how they handled Jean-Pierre up until this point. But now in front of you, their mannerisms change to be a lot more professional. And the woman looks at him and back to you and says, I don't think we were noticed. We had to push one off the railing, one of his friends, but I don't think that she realized who or what happened. So
do I notice that kind of adjustment on their way in?
absolutely. I'm gonna say that you have several people in the ministry that are very loyal to you specifically, but conduct themselves kind of how they want when you're not looking. It's almost like they don't recognize like time theft.
She respects that, but at the same time doesn't appreciate that this prized possession might be dinged in transit. And staring at the woman, not losing eye contact, quickly reaches out a hand and grasps the neck of her partner and just holds him firmly. The index, pinky, and thumb fingers on her hand are all sharpened like claws. The middle two are blunted and short. And she just squeezes with just the suggestion of her thumb claw, like on his jugular, and shakes him a little bit, almost like a rag doll, and looks at her and says, "Go ahead and unwrap that package for me. Because if something's wrong with it, something is wrong with him. Nobody wants that, right?"
No, ma'am. And she kind of gives like a glance over at her partner, and nods, and then takes Jean-Pierre and lays him very gingerly down on your couch. And he has a black sack over his head, and she removes it. His hands are tied. It's not very necessary, but it's, efficient and just in case. And she unties those as well and places them very carefully at his sides. So it looks like he's just like reverse planking on the couch. Um, and she kind of gives like a very worried once over and even checks to see if the buttons on his shirt are still all there. Um, if you want to make a wits plus awareness, we'll see if you see anything amiss. That will be wits is in your attributes and awareness is a skill, and you're going to take that many dots and roll that many dice.
Okay.
2 of those.
And one has to be a hunger or 2?
2, because you failed your rouse check.
Okay. And I have to get only 10s or successes?
No, 6 to 10.
6 to 10. Perfect. That is 3 successes.
Okay. Do you have any 10s or 1s on your hunger dice?
I have no 10s on my hunger dice or 1s.
Okay, great.
I have a 7 and a 3.
Awesome. Okay, so that's a normal success. So yeah, you look over and you investigate the body. You're still holding onto his throat, and I imagine you're like dragging him with you. And you do your inspection, and it's been I can count 5-6 years since you've seen Jean-Pierre. And although 6 years of being frozen in time doesn't really look different, what is different about him now to you?
I imagine that instead of being kind of not a starving artist, but certainly kind of swimming in that pool a little bit, I think Riley had a very kind of not the same glow that this person before me has. Kind of more of like a lank appearance. Very stylish, very handsome, very good looking, but not as, I don't know, exciting, I guess. I feel like the clothes probably have all jumped like at least 2 tiers on the style factor. I think I probably recognize both his work and the work of designers that he admires. Whereas before he could probably afford like a piece or 2 from like these fancier collections. I think like the manicure, the hairstyle, like everything about him is just plussed up, which is exactly how I expect him to be.
Perfect. Nothing seems to be amiss. He seems to have been adequately cared for in his transportation.
Emilia releases her grasp on this other person, licks the little drop of blood off of her thumb from piercing him, and kind of just coaxes him and pushes him toward the other woman. Thank you so much. In the future, should we do business again, make sure that you come in and go out and operate with the same level of respect as if my eyes were on you. Because I can tell when you cut corners. And quite frankly, I don't think any of us deserve that.
He kind of gives like a very, all the blood drains from his face, and he gives like a very like, yes ma'am. And then the woman just kind of very solemnly, yes ma'am.
Thank you. I think she sees them out almost right away. Does not want anyone else to be here. Promised it was just going to be the 3 of them. And can I call a patient?
Yeah.
To meet us before Annaleigh gets there?
Yeah. Who are you gonna call?
I have a patient that has recently expressed a desire to kind of just ascend to the next level, and their ascension, they think their nirvana comes from ending this life and moving on to the next. I think that when I have people like that who have really thought about it and are interested in kind of like making a sacrifice,
Yeah.
I have Scene Queen, so the people that I feed off of are people in my mental health community that see me as being like a guru. So I have someone who is ready to end their journey, and I would like to call them in as I wake Jean-Pierre up to make sure that he has food.
Oh, that is so fucking like wrong and sexy. I love this. Yes. What is their name? Who are you calling?
I think I'm calling Jameson Freeman.
Jameson Freeman
Is who I call.
Okay.
They, he pronouns. Very into the metaphysical and the occult. When I do his sessions, I have to just kind of stop myself from chiming in on things. He has a lot of suspicions about the masquerade. He doesn't have the words for it, but they have like a lot of theories that are a little too close. So it doesn't hurt. I mean, it wouldn't hurt anyway, but it really doesn't hurt that
Perfect.
she's inviting him.
Perfect. Yes. He picks up in one ring, sees who it is. Yes, Dr. Dupont, how can I help you? It's kind of late.
Yes, it is very late. I was thinking a lot about our last session, and I know that I said that, self-determinism is really the most important part of your therapy, and you expressed what that looks like for you. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to transcend, elevate yourself to something bigger than who you are right now.
Oh, it would be an honor. I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been journaling, meditating. I hate to sound, like everybody else, but I feel like I knew this moment was going to come. I could just tell there was something in the universe speaking to me. I'm glad you called, Doctor. Now are you? I could be there in 15 minutes.
Yes. Where would you wear to bartend, please?
Oh.
You've come from work a handful of times in your overnight shifts and things like that. Just where would you wear to those events? The leather pants, the mesh top, just normal stuff.
Yes, it's my truest self, I believe, is
Correct.
what you were trying to get at. Oh, of course, yes. Only authenticity in that space, of course. All right,
That's it. You should go the way that you want to, not the way you feel obligated to.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. This is a gift. I will never forget this.
Of course.
And they hang up. It's almost dripping with, like, you can almost taste the want in his blood. Like, there's a coursing in his blood that you have smelled before, where it was like an aspiration that will never be. You've been unalive for so long that you know that there are just dead ends. People have dead ends, and this is one of those dead ends. But they don't know that. And from one phone to another, we go back to Annaleigh, where your phone rings again. And when you answer, it is the prince.
My first question is, what is the ring for the prince?
You don't have to be rich. I want to say I'm joking, but I kind of want to do it.
Acceptable.
I'm gonna put it in
He
the
would
wiki.
not be upset.
Yeah. Philly by Night Wiki, by the way. Shout out to Aaron for making that a thing.
Wanted to catch up.
Annaleigh.
Hi, Prince.
Jean-Pierre is missing.
I heard.
Oh, so the chantry got through to you.
No. Their captor.
Mhm. Tonight was movie night, Annaleigh. I truly
Tonight was jazz
did
night.
not think I was going to have to deal with this stuff tonight.
I am
Who
deeply
took
sorry.
Who took it?
A ministry, an old enemy. This is
He very much does that thing where like it's a smartphone, but he covers where the hole would be, so you can't hear how mad he is that the ministry is once again up in his business. The ministry. Okay. So,
I will fix this.
well, I'm currently en route to the chantry, but it appears that you already know where this is. You know where he is?
I have an idea of how to find out, if nothing else.
John saw fit enough to get this message to me. If my sheriff believes that I should be involved, considering this is something that is his job, then I'll be of assistance to you. So I'm on my way. Lucius is in the car, by the way. Try not to bring a lit roller.
I have one in my purse.
Okay.
I'll be there.
Oh, no, I'm coming to you.
Oh,
Wait, I wouldn't know where your haven is. What would I? Aaron, would I know where?
Would you? That's up to
I feel
you
like
two.
you would.
I feel like you would. I don't think
Okay.
Annaleigh would keep that from you.
Okay. Yes, then I would say I'm coming to you then.
Shall I have something ready for when you get here?
Just the information that I don't want to speak about on the phone.
Understood.
And I close my flip phone.
Damn
And then
it.
I get another one from a bag.
A bag.
Beautiful.
I've got a bag of reusable phones. All right.
The prince still buying minutes? Sir, please.
Do you look? I don't know how y'all try to avoid the Second Inquisition, but if I gotta buy minutes to avoid the Second Inquisition, I'm gonna buy some minutes. I've
That's
got
fair.
the funds. I've got the funds.
That's fair.
That's
Recharge it.
crazy.
Recharge it,
Yo.
The prince is over here buying minutes, and we almost blew up Eagle Stadium. Like, there's
Man.
a divide. But we
Well-
did it, and we deserve credit for that. Again, we did not.
Well, these are just the phones I'm calling about vampire business with. He has a main phone.
Fair. That's fair.
Mm.
Yeah, that's
This
fair.
is vampire business phones that can't be traced.
Oh my gosh.
I want to remind Annaleigh and Jean-Pierre here, and actually the prince himself, that several years ago, the prince, or not the prince, Silas had given a personal boon to both of you.
Mm.
And I am going to say that there's a little bit of guilt with Silas's admission to having the chantry be breached in this way. And I'm going to say, for all intents and purposes, that is conveyed explicitly in Silas's phone call to you, Marcus. And I say that because there was a lot of speculation that perhaps the chantry or the Tremere had something to do with this. And I think that John would have also provided that information to you if you had spoken with him. But you will know from speaking with Silas that his voice sounded incredibly upset and genuine. As you make your way to pick up Annaleigh, we go back in time. back to that office, and Riley is not laying on the couch, but sitting casually on the couch. This is a couple years into your work together. Riley, in this session, you divulge a truly heinous secret. And this is the first of many dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, things that you have done that you're not proud of, that you share in confidence with your therapist. This is the start of the building up trust, only to have it shattered soon after.
So, first, the breathing exercises, I don't know if that's necessarily my thing. I did try it. I did commit to using them.
Okay.
I think we may need to like review the tool set that you talked about.
That's fair. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, first of all, for taking this emergency session. I just have really... There are some things that I have experienced, and I know we've reviewed kind of like all your garden variety trauma of my parents and imposter syndrome and a number of different things, and I don't even know where to start with this because it is so when I was 8 years old, I was in a school bus crash, and this was at a time when it was considered so cool to like sit in the back of the bus, and I was so proud because I had kind of over time been making my way back, and when I finally like reached that point where I was like able to hang out with what I viewed as the cool kids, of course it was the day that this happened. I think that it was a drunk bicyclist that drove in front of, and I think the school bus driver tried to swerve. So while the bus was in flames, I don't think I had a normal, healthy reaction to it. And I know you don't like to use the word normal, but I don't know that... I think I'm fucked up. I know we've talked about this before, but this is... I'm just gonna get it out. We're just gonna get it out, and then we're gonna move through it. I was on a bus. The bus crashed. Folks exited the bus as you would, especially because it did catch flame at some point. And like as I was exiting the bus, and there were all of these screams in the cacophony of sirens and concerned onlookers, I found this like almost melodic quality to it. It felt like in that moment I was like almost seeing colors for the first time. And I'll never forget this. I walked off the bus in what felt like slow motion. And when I got off and I was walking towards where they, kind of take a look at you, give you one of those, the blankets you drape over yourself, I kept getting a lot of weird looks from people. I remember specifically there was this very tall white woman who was bleeding from the side of her face. And when she saw me, she like had a reaction that I didn't understand. And this is so weird to fucking be talking about out loud. I didn't realize until I had that experience with the folks looking at me that I was smiling. This like genuine smile. I faked a lot enough in my life, and particularly in my line of work, to know the genuines when they come around. And I bring this all to say up that something similar happened recently.
Okay.
And I don't know how to process it, and so I thought I would call you, see if you had availability.
Of course.
I Ubered here, and now I feel gross having talked about it. That's a very weird thing.
Listen, before you go on, let's just take a moment and take a beat. What you're describing is a reaction that, again, I do not like using abnormal or things like that that are very harsh words. It was unexpected, right? And I think that part of it could be you were so happy to be alive, but part of it could be some of us thrive in the chaos, whether someone else creates it or we create it for ourselves. Some of us just need that energy to really get to the heart of who we are in this life. And it sounds like that was your first experience with something like that. I think that you're going very hard on yourself. You're being very negative about who you are as a person. And instead of that, let's embrace the fact, A, you are here with me today. We were able to make time. You are okay. You have survived. And B, no matter what you have to say to me now, you will survive once more. Thrive even.
I'm hoping that what you said won't change with that, what I add next, and I don't think it will. And I appreciate you creating like a space where I can talk about this. I have never in a moment told anybody this because I didn't want to be labeled as like a psychopath, or, you know, people throw a lot of stuff from the DSM around very willy-nilly, and I just didn't want to experience that. But like Dr. Dupont, I walked by an apartment that was on fire recently, and from what I saw, nobody was hurt. Didn't look like anybody was burned down. It looked like emergency services was there. But like, as I looked at the reactions of everybody as they watched this apartment ablaze, this is so weird to talk to your therapist about it. I just, again, ripping band-aids off, it excited me in a way that I wasn't expecting and that you wouldn't expect in that way. There was this like pull. Like I stood there and so they extinguished it. And it was, yeah, again, exciting in ways that typically buildings don't do for me. And I don't know what to do or think about that or how to label myself or any of that. So I don't know.
No, please don't go into judgment. What is the nature of the excitement? Was it a sexual arousal? Was it something emotional that led you to feel like you needed some kind of emotional release? Was it something more along the lines of feeling a need to create in the face of destruction? What do you think the excitement was? How did it manifest?
I think in all three options there, you just kind of gave me some language to describe something that I don't know that I could have articulated before.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly there was like a sexual component to it, right?
Okay.
Like there was like physical evidence of that. That was like hard to ignore. But the part about like creating in the face of chaos, like those are two dots I guess I hadn't connected. And I started really taking my interest for fashion from just watching like Top Model on UPN to getting magazines and starting to learn design in the wake of that first incident. I guess I never thought about it through that lens because I don't know that I had cause to. We didn't go to therapy growing up. We couldn't afford it. But
Of course.
you see Jean-Pierre, like I have been in therapy and have probably done this to my therapist, but you see someone like kind of just existentially churning. They just have learned something paradigm shifting enough or have connected two dots. I don't know. I mean, you say don't judge yourself, but like I don't. Society, I feel like, is becoming arguably more accepting of different sexualities, just insofar as you can't call somebody like a hard F word anymore, like you were able to before. But I don't know that we've reached a place societally that we're like, I don't know what to do with any of this. I need your help.
I think that I'm hearing what you're saying. Society hasn't advanced to a place where we are willing and able to understand the dynamics of mental health. There's depression, there's schizophrenia, there's little buckets that people try to sort you in, but no one really understands the overarching feeling that you're going through. That arousal in the face of that chaos and destruction. When you talk about getting these magazines for the first time, do you feel like your talent kind of flew out of and flowed out of you in a way akin to someone learning something new for the first time? Or was it more like you saw it, you thought you could do it, and then you did?
I think it was the latter. If I'm really honest with myself, before that crash, again, it was a lot of kind of passive consumption of like Top Model and maybe like a few other shows.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the first time, and thankfully I had a mom who was kind and compassionate enough to buy me things that, especially at this point in time, were not considered like okay for little boys to have.
Mm-hmm.
But I I spent hours. Like, I remember faking sick to get out of fucking sleepaway summer camp
Mm-hmm.
so that I could stay home and work on my projects. And it felt like that the joy and the excitement and the engagement and the passion that I saw like in the performers and in all of the designers in the shows that I watched, it felt like I got a molecule in that it went from watching all of the spectacle to like beginning to feel a little bit to feel like I could create the spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
And holy shit, I hadn't thought about this through this lens.
It's uncustomary for therapists to talk about themselves and their practice. It's really about you. But I feel a need to connect with you on this level. The reason that self-determination is something so important to me in my practice is because that's how I rose up. I was in a position where I was shackled to ideals that were harmful, and I was really just at the end of my rope. And one night before I was ready to give up, someone came to me and offered me an opportunity. And I took that opportunity, and I'm standing here before you today. It wasn't selfish to leave that old life behind, right? It was self-determinism. It was making sure that the things that I need are guaranteed to me so that I can guarantee what others need. And it sounds like for you, your talent is that for you. Your talent is something that makes other people happy, gives other people a sense of hope, that spark and energy that you feel. But in order for you to carry that off and give that to other people, you need to find what ignites the spark inside of you. And today, that just happened to be, or recently, just happened to be the unfortunate loss of a building. And quite frankly, not to come on too forward, but in my book, no one died in this fire. So to me, I would be worried and concerned maybe if, there was loss of life. Perhaps, you saw some gurneys or corpses or things like that. We might have to deepen our level of treatment and conversation here and now if that were the case. But what you saw made you want to create. And despite the fact that you feel guilty about ignoring these people's pain and instead achieving some kind of satisfaction from their suffering, I think instead it would be interesting to focus on the fact that you saw an opportunity to make things better. You should feel good about that. There's power in that.
Yeah. I would have never in a million years come to this vantage point. And I feel the just heat of that shame that I had in picking up the phone and dialing your number and scheduling this appointment and in waiting in the lobby. I feel a lot of that kind of dissipating. And I don't know. You talk about accepting all parts of ourselves, and I can see a world, like you said, nobody died. But like, if I have this specific sexual attraction, what am I supposed to do with that? Do I just go around blowing up buildings then?
I mean, there's a certain scene that I can recommend you to. She rips a page out of her notepad and writes down the name of a BDSM club in town that hosts weekly parties. This is a place that I recommend to my patients. Some people need to feel pain to feel alive. Some people need to inflict pain to feel alive. Some people need to be nearly demolished to feel alive. And I think when you find someone who, rather than yuck your yum, engages with it and feeds that need inside of you, that you'll find that freedom you're looking for. If you see me there, the rule is just to kind of smile and nod. If I beckon you over, you may approach. Otherwise, we try to keep our distance. I'm not trying to cross any doctor-patient boundaries here with you. But yeah, I think that is what you should consider, just as an open door. See how it goes. Because I think when you are in an environment like that, where you're witnessing the pain and degradation of others, it can really tell you a lot about yourself and who you are as a person.
I mean, and you see him fold this up with the care. You know, like you can tell when someone is given a flyer and they're like, "Oh, thank you, that's so great." So you see him fold this up and like place it on top of his smartphone when he puts it in a pocket, which would suggest to you that this is something that he's gonna weigh for later. I mean, I'll check it out. You know, I'll do anything twice. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it's enough. I like this is why I'm talking to you about this and not one of my like friends. This is, you can't kiki with your friends about like, hey, let's go watch an abandoned building burn, or let's go make. Not that I would, but like, yeah, it just, I'll check it out, and maybe you're right. Maybe seeing people like accept themselves and in the degradation, and people who are like reveling and celebrating in that humiliation could do something. But I'm gonna be honest with you, in my like Olivia Pope gut, Scandal was very big in this time, in my Olivia Pope gut, I don't think it's enough. And I think that is what that's what scares me.
That's understandable. I think that you and I have been on this road together for some time. I know you fairly well. You know me fairly well at this point. And I think that, as you know, I always try to exercise caution going into things like this. Rather than giving a full prescription, I give an introductory dosage. This is my introductory dosage for this problem that you're suffering. And if it turns out that this is not enough, that's when we up the dosage to something that'll stick a little more permanently.
Okay.
And
I like that.
And while that is may not be enough for Jean-Pierre, that is enough for the audience as we pull away from this flashback and we find ourselves back in modern times to the inside of the car where the prince has just picked up Annaleigh.
So, who's your old friend?
Not a friend. Someone in my years that I've gotten to know who doesn't quite like me being happy.
Well, I should say so. They stole your child.
Exactly. I can take care of this. I understand and apologize that you've had to be pulled into this. This
Well,
will in
this
no
also
way.
came. Well, this came at the end of an assignment that I had them all working on. And again, if my sheriff saw fit to have me brought in, not to mention the ministry is once again drawing my ire. I'm happy to provide assistance in getting Jean-Pierre back. And I won't pry too deeply into your personal matters, but if this might be a recurring problem, I will begin to pry. So, what are you willing to tell me?
This is someone I've known for a long time. Someone formative in my early on life. They're no longer important. But they want to be. And I can assure you this is the last time they will be doing anything that will be a bother to you.
We'll see. Where we go? And did we just did Annaleigh just get in the vehicle, or have we been driving for a bit?
Just got in the vehicle. But I'm actually going to pause you there because in this moment of reflection, Marcus, you can recall the time that Annaleigh approached you with asking permission to sire a child. And just like we've seen these other flashbacks, we find ourselves in a different flashback. Annaleigh, you arrive at the front door of the prince's home. And how are you feeling about asking permission to share this part? It's more than just becoming a mother, right? It's becoming a mentor, a guide, a friend, a confidant, a disciplinary figure, a heavy hand, a soft hand. It is everything to pass this gift onto somebody, and you can't just do it to anyone, especially not in Philadelphia. The prince does have standards. How are you feeling about your choice in Jean-Pierre?
Completely confident. Annaleigh would not be coming to the prince if she did not think that, and they've been working together, I think, for 40 years at this point. She would not come to him with anything she thought was at all under his expectations of her wanting to come to him with a request like this. She has kind of like dotted all her I's and crossed all her T's, and she is completely confident and very excited to ask this of him.
And as the Primogen, I would say you have a little bit more privilege in just being able to enter his home. There is still Brennan that you have to speak with, but you can just walk right in.
Because Lucius is always watching somewhere.
Yep.
I think she will. She would have called ahead and said, like, I'm gonna be there in a bit. She doesn't like surprising him. That feels rude. And she will walk in and sort of greet Brennan. Good afternoon.
Yes, Primogen, Annaleigh, welcome. We've been expecting you. Are you perhaps hungry? Do you need to feed before you speak with the prince?
Oh no, I fed already, but thank you. As always, Brennan. Class act. It's very good to see you.
He blushes a little bit. He's not a fan of receiving compliments, and he like nervously gestures to the front room. He says he's waiting for you.
And I think like she'll hesitate for a second and then pull a little satchel out of her bag and say, "For Lucius."
What is it?
It's like, I'm gonna say it's like some kind of jerky of some like a rare, and like maybe like, I don't know. I'm only saying this because we had it. I'm from Florida. I would like to reiterate, like, kangaroo jerky. Well, that's why we had that. That was a thing. Anyway.
That's so funny. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, so it's like this very like neatly packaged like fancy game meat, and he takes it very appreciative, and he says, "Oh, thank you so much. You always know his favorites." And he's gonna just set it down for a little bit. He'll go back eventually and give it to him.
And I think she'll walk on to where she suspects Prince would be. Would he be like in an office or something?
I feel like this place is big enough to have a library type of thing. So he's if anything, he will point you to a library where Marcus is currently reading.
Annaleigh will give like a short knock.
Come in.
She will enter. My prince?
He closes this gigantic and he's reading the Iliad, the Odyssey, and he just closes it, doggy ears the page and closes it. Hello, Annaleigh. How may I help you?
The Odyssey again.
Look, it's one of the oldest written words out there, and sometimes I like to read it in different languages.
Fair enough. I won't waste your time with idle chatter. I know how much you love that, but I've come to ask if I may sire a child.
Are you still standing?
Yeah.
Have a seat.
And she will sit very elegantly, that kind of side seat that people do. I don't understand how people do that, where their legs are to the side and they look so elegant. She can do that. I can't. She can.
Tell me about them.
Riley is phenomenal. Even now. And I just know that as oh my gosh, we're called Toreadors. Toreador, he will be phenomenal. A addition as well as an asset, as well as I do feel could potentially, well, no, you don't like potentials. He will elevate not just our clan, but the masquerade as a whole.
And you're willing to take on the responsibility.
I am.
You're aware that by making a child, until they're ready, until he is ready, anything that he does will be on you.
I proudly claim it. It will be excellent.
He gives you a wide smile. Annaleigh, do you remember what I asked you when we first met?
What?
I asked you, what did you want? And you stumbled a bit to get to that answer. Took 40 years, but I see you're not stumbling anymore. You have my permission.
Oh. Wonderful. I've truly never been more sure of anything in my life except perhaps accepting your offer.
Well, like I said, it took some time, but you're getting a bit more confident. He gives a wink when he says that. He's kind of joking. To be a Toreador, you had to be confident the whole time. All right.
I take great pride in that. Friends.
If you believe he'll be great, I trust you at your word. If he's not, well, it'll be your problem then.
Understood.
Until it becomes mine and you don't want it to be mine.
It won't.
Very good. Oh, did you bring something for Lucius?
I did.
And
Okay.
and we cut back out of that flashback to the two of you in the car, reflecting on this moment. And before we cut to our commercial, to our break, we settle on a deeply sleeping Jean-Pierre with a stake almost through his heart, with one of his mothers doting on him, preparing him for his awakening, and for his other mother wishing that for one moment she could have warned him about her. And we're going to take a 5-10 minute break. still. Shit. Welcome back, everybody. Oh wait, let me go over here so you guys can see me too. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you are having a lovely time so far. Everybody is hydrated and everybody ate. Thank you, Darryl, for the reminder. Another reminder, as I said before, I'm legally obligated to say that Emilia Dupont is a therapist, but not your therapist. So keep that in mind, because as much as we would love our therapist to prescribe BDSM sessions, that probably isn't a thing. Anyways, well, actually, it might be a thing, just not with your therapist. So just a reminder, this is a charity stream. We are raising money for Galay, a QT BIPOC led and minded organization providing resources and services for underrepresented queer folks in Philadelphia. And any donations will be your name will be put in a drawing, and 2 people will be selected to receive a piece of clothing or poster of your choice from Philadelphia Printworks, which is a Black women-owned printing service that uses beautiful designs created by BIPOC people for charities, including Palestine, Black Lives Matter, and others. So we love Philadelphia. I'm going to continue to push for having charities that support local, like Philadelphia groups and communities throughout the entire Philadelphia by Night campaign, except for the next couple of months. Just a quick little reminder, we will be raising money for Palestine in response to the Gen Con and Crit Awards situation. We stand with Crit Awards over here. We are definitely not advocates or proponents of Zionism. It is a settler colonial construct, and it doesn't exist in our beliefs or moral compass. So if that doesn't sit right with you, oh well. And thoughts and prayers. And also I will put, again, we have several people in Philadelphia by Night who are nominated for a Crit Award. Crit Awards are community based. It is members of the TTRPG community nominate other members of the TTRPG community. Is an incredibly special recognition, and something that we are not going to back down from for fear of criticism for people who don't. You know what? Let's center the nominees. Candace is nominated for 2 awards for Best Costume and Best Chaosium Player. Justin who is in our Anarch game, is nominated for Best Chaosium GM. I am nominated for Best World of Darkness Storyteller. Juicy Garland is nominated for Best Indie Player, and for Roll D5 is nominated for Best Upcoming Twitch Channel. So we have a ton of really incredible people, and we're going to see folks like Darryl and Aetherius and Calamity with Telltale Hearts, and Aetherius with all of the projects that you've got going on that is just like a portfolio of excellence, and Darryl with your incredible voices, your incredible appearances, your incredible talent. We are going to have a completely nominated cast next year of the Philly by Night players. We're going to dominate it. So everybody remember that. No pressure, but we're going to do it.
Hold on. Shout out to Erin. This is Erin's first Vampire the Masquerade campaign that they are running. And they not only turned it into like a successful cinematic universe, which we are far and few between, but the idea that you got nominated for your first year out, I think bodes so well for the future of this show and of the other shows. And I love you and appreciate you. And yeah, I just wanted to.
I really appreciate that. I don't want to be perceived, but thank you. I do want to say though, this universe has really taught me about the city that I didn't things that I didn't know about Philadelphia. It is a learning experience first and foremost, and I want to share that knowledge through story. So you will see things that, like, you'll see a growth as if the city is its own character, because it is. And I can't wait for everybody who wants to come out for PAX U to experience the city for themselves and potentially join us for a Vampire the Masquerade LARP for Philly by Night. And just the last little announcement before we get back into it, Northwolf 911 has we're in production for a Tampa by Night campaign, which Calamity knows because Calamity is producing it, and it will run concurrent with the Philly by Night universe. So keep an eye out, because you may see familiar faces on the cast and coming through like guest appearances like we do here. And the events that happen there will affect Philadelphia and vice versa. So I'm really, really excited about that as well. And you know what? Just one more thing. Aetherius, this whole episode and your character and Annaleigh's character and Emilia's character would not have existed without you and your incredible creativity and your desire to bring Blackness to the tabletop space. And I am really honored that you would want me to help facilitate this story. And I am really proud of how you had casted this and how you've developed this character and how you've lent your characters to other people. That takes a lot of trust. And the camaraderie and the cooperative storytelling is just, that's my bread and butter. And it means so much to me that it's happening in a space that I could appreciate and enjoy and contribute to. So I really, really, I love this story, and I love what Calamity and Candace, what you two have brought to these characters. And it really, honestly, it is such a showcase of cooperative storytelling, and I just really appreciate you. So thank you, Aetherius, and everybody else at this table.
It's easy to do when you have performers like Daryl and Calamity and Candace, like, willing to step into this universe. Each of their characters, I think, when the show first started, was an NPC. Each of them now could, like, have their own vignette and separate, like, ongoing. Like, if Candace's character is in every episode of every table, I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna flip every table in a 5-mile radius.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, that is the
yes.
very last point for that is hire Black players and like make friends with Black players in tabletop spaces. It's very white and it looks a certain way, and it shouldn't, and it still does, and it shouldn't. So listen to them if you are being called in or if you're being called out. Listen. Do your research, do your homework, hire them with your money if you can, with services if you can't, and accept that if they say no, that is okay, but keep trying. That is what you have to do. And I have thoughts and feelings. We're going to play a game. Thank you so much. Trigger warning for the second half of this especially, we are going to get very, very deep into mental health trauma and just a lot of breaching of consent and themes of mental health services being sticky and toxic and not always a safe space. We had just seen the one of many of Kindred who approach Prince Marcus Thorne with a request to sire a child, and it was an enthusiastic yes, but there are often enthusiastic no's. If this was Emilia asking the prince, I would imagine it would be a swift hammer to squash that notion.
I don't even know her.
But we are starting to learn about her, and we are going to go back to her office now. Emilia, how are you preparing Jean-Pierre for this ritual? We're going to call it for what it is, before your patient arrives.
She tries to sit him with some pillows kind of underneath their back and neck, making sure that he's comfortable. She draws the blinds closed, makes sure that there's a seat right in front of where he is laying as well, and positions it so that the person who sits in that seat, Mr. Freeman, the jugular is on the right side of where he would kind of pop up once he is back out of torpor. And she pulls down some towels. She has black towels and gray towels in a cabinet at the far end of the room, and kind of places them strategically to catch any kind of stains or anything like that. The rug beneath her feet is a deep kind of like charcoal color, purposely, and there's always kind of like a new carpet smell in her office. So she kind of lights some candles and burns some incense. She has a box of Temple of India incense that she lights and kind of perfumes the room, to try and make it as calming as possible, recognizing that if he wakes up, if Jean-Pierre wakes up and feels any kind of threat other than obviously her being, which is natural, he might try to bolt, he might try to run or something like that. So if this is at least as familiar of a place as, you know, he can kind of picture when he wakes up, his chances, hopefully, of fleeing will be reduced by quite a lot. So the sconces go the reds and the yellows and the oranges and everything again. She probably puts on like a very quiet album of like covers and mixes and things like that. Lots of just like beats, like lo-fi beats and things like that, with the occasional like Jill Scott song or the occasional like root song or whatever, hoping that all of this is going to go well, and prepared to restake him and put him back in torpor if not.
How do you also prepare the way Jean-Pierre looks, is wearing? How important is it that his first time coming out of his first torpor, he not only feels a certain way, but looks a certain way?
She has a leather bag on her desk. It has some very low key branding on it. Something nice that he will want to keep. And inside are an array of options for outfits. There's like 2 or 3 options of different designers that she's prepared for him. Her eyes have never left him. Like, she's been gone, but she hasn't been completely gone. She's been kind of watching from afar, has a network of people that stop in, try to take a look, see what he's up to, things like that. So one outfit is completely of his own design. One outfit is something that's like a more high-end, kind of less comfortable, more stylish. And then the third option is something that is like a mix of both. It's both comfortable and high-end, like a Helmut Lang or something like that. Very simple clothes, all in blacks and grays, with like the very tiniest pop of that burgundy that's a part of her wardrobe. And there's a secondary bag within that has like just regular care products. So there's like a lotion in there, like a shea butter oil, like an additional wave cap, a little brush for his hair, just little things that she assumes that he is going to need when he wakes up. It's important to her to show that this was not a whim, both to him and to Annaleigh.
It almost seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's as if a mother has prepared for their child coming home, whether that mother is healthy or not. And
Lots of care taken.
And as you finish up doting on the situation and getting things prepared, you hear a very light, almost desperate knock on the door.
Again, straighten up. Put a blanket up to his chin and give him a little kiss on the forehead, and then stride over to the door and open it. Hello.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. It's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. This is honestly your next evolution, right?
Yes, how do I look? Am I okay to ascend? Do you think this is okay?
If he looks sexy, I say yes.
Yeah, he does.
Cool. Yeah, I hold out my hand to describe him. He is in the leather pants and the mesh shirt. You can see just underneath his nipples the scars of top surgery. He has very full, thick lips, medium brown skin, and long locks that like kind of flow down his back, tied up really intricately. Big, pretty hazel eyes, pimples, very stunning person. And I welcome him in, and I kind of pull him over to seat him in the proper position. And I kind of gesture, Jean-Pierre, beautiful, right?
Oh, just work of art, really.
Yes, well, I thought that you deserve the best for this next step. You should have someone or something proceed to the next level in your mind that is a positive thing. And I thought that that would mean something to you, that this person who will be ending your life tonight is beautiful, just like you are.
That is incredibly thoughtful, Dr. Dupont.
Of course.
He is going to kind of like look, because I imagine Jean-Pierre takes up the whole couch, and that's usually where he sits. He is going to look at, like, nervously and say, should I stand or...
No, right here. I have a seat for you right next to him. You're gonna sit here. What I would like you to do is close your eyes, open up your mind to the powers of the universe. Do you feel that sense of energy in the room? That sense of chaos bubbling just under the surface?
Yeah. It feels peaceful.
It does. It won't for a moment. For a moment there might be violence. But you can withstand that. You are designed for bigger and better and greater things, after all. And sometimes pain is part of the process. So just remember that. You don't need any screaming or any carrying on. You're way too above that. You should just try to accept and allow yourself to just drift away and float into your nirvana.
You notice that his neck, you could see the strain where his, like, I guess they're tendons, the tendons in his neck start to, like, stretch, and he gets nervous at that. And when you start to speak to him, as if, like, assuring him that he is above this and reminding him that he is in fact ascending, he calms down a little bit, and he reaches out a hand to you.
I gladly take it, and I'd like to try to use like just my power to influence him.
Oh yeah.
Like, I want to kind of make him feel like I think I'm trying to prey on the bond that we share, while also kind of exploiting that to have this sense of like calmness wash over him. And I have presence
Yes.
as a ministry member.
Yes.
So part of that, I think, is going to be kind of imbued into what he feels radiating from me in this moment.
Yes. I'm going to assume you want to use awe,
Yeah.
which how many dots do you have in presence?
Let's see. I have 3.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. You are going to add that to your roll. It's going to be manipulation and presence. And I am going to roll composure and intellect. It is a kind of contest, but he's honestly, as a human, he's pretty shit with his powers. So, or with his, composure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens if I get a 1 on my hunger die? Was I rolling hunger die?
Yeah, you roll hunger die, but if you succeed, then that one doesn't matter. If you
Okay,
fail,
I have 2 successes.
okay, that's perfect because he only had 1, and you're not gonna get any penalties for having a 1 on your hunger die. Yeah, so what does it look like to a human when awe is activated? There's a certain je ne sais quoi when humans and humans interact and somebody is just very charming. What does it look like when that charm is supernatural?
I think to Gem, the glow of her skin kind of starts to burn a little bit more brightly. Her eyes, that golden kind of hue starts to come out. Not quite to the point where you see any kind of transformation, but definitely an intensifying, like almost as if all he can see is me and everything around me is kind of dark and like almost like chiaroscuro shading. And I kind of like lean in. He can feel like the texture of my skin a little bit better, very soft and almost cool to the touch. And I think my voice starts to kind of thrum a little bit in his ears as he sort of just like has his world kind of shrunk like that.
I think it sort of hones in as you take his hand, and he thank you for the raid, and he kind of, his eyes open, but they're glazed, almost like you have already essentially asked him to jump, and he's already asked and negotiated how high, and he is willing to go all the way for this moment. And he nods as if whatever conversation could happen is telepathically and done in an instant. He is completely at peace of what's about to happen, although he has no idea. And
I think I feel like my eyes don't leave his eyes as I just kind of reach over and pluck the stake out of Jean-Pierre.
Jean-Pierre, when that stake is removed, everything that you have ever felt from the moment you were born, looking up, seeing your mother's eyes for the first time, seeing a bus burn, seeing your first crush reject you, seeing somebody else stand you up, kissing somebody for the first time and it not feeling right, and then kissing somebody and it feeling perfect, losing your father, losing your mother, losing your other mother as you were taken from a place that was supposed to be safe, watching your friend fall 3 floors of stairs, your family dog passing away, your family hamster passing away, getting a pet that you found outside, some random little lizard, and proclaiming that he was now your best friend for the whole 2 hours you had it until you got bored and let him back out. All of these memories come in no certain order, but they all come at the same time. And as soon as that last splinter of wood leaves your body, those feelings turn into hunger. And you don't see people, you don't see life, you don't see a moral compass, you don't have that. You need to fill your body with blood. And the only person in this room that has that in pints is the stranger beside someone you have been looking for years. You're muted.
I think being close enough to the human, I imagine that Jean-Pierre, the throb of the blood rushing through this person is like deafening as he wakes up. It is distracting. It is almost so loud. And he turns up and his fangs involuntarily calm down. Jean-Pierre seeing the human that is standing, and in like, I imagine that this is not like a complete and total like frenzy, but I imagine that this is the kind of like delicate approach that he might take, and his traditional feeding is way far out the window. As Jean-Pierre stands up and gets his bearings, he for a moment thinks or has a flash, or just the idea occurs to him, this must be a dream, right? Or something approximating it. I'm in Emilia's office, and he's hoping that everything from the time that they arrived at the Tremere Chantry until now was just some elaborate dream, but he doesn't have time to really weigh that or consider that before he takes his hand on the face of the person. As he stands up, he's going to grab that person's face and pull them to the ground. And Jean-Pierre, in his like hunger and desperation, is going to snap the person's neck to make it a little bit easier. It's like putting a straw in a Capri Sun. It's like the vampire equivalent of that. He's going to snap their neck and then kind of bend it upwards to make it easier. And he just gouges in to this person, and it is nasty and ugly and primal and gurgly and wet, and you would see like the crimson begin to spread on like the outfit that like he was wearing, and he traditionally would have the wherewithal to stop if for no other reason. He does, you know, the thanks to human life, blah blah blah, but he does not want to get his shit cracked by the prince, and so he traditionally doesn't kill the people that he drinks up out of fear for a mask. None of that is here. Not a single consideration of that is here. This animal instinct to consume the soul of this person past their blood, he wants all of them, takes over, and he bends the neck further up, and you hear the cartilage and the bone and the muscle crack as he pushes it up, and he full on drains every potential drop of blood that he could get from this person, from the broken necked wound that he has created. Up until they stop moving, he still is sucking. Again, I don't know why my brain can only think of Capri Suns as an analogy, but this is the thing where you're like at the bottom of a Capri Sun and you're like squeezing the bag to like get he is gonna like literally like get every single drop, essentially until it slurps like an empty, you know, like icy or something. And he as the blood rushes into his body after being in torpor for the first time, I don't want to like I don't want to understate the, and I think that this is true for all Kindred, but Jean-Pierre is very young. And so that humanity that a lot of people kind of wax poetic about or will talk about wistfully, like he is young enough to remember being human. And the fact that he doesn't care that he just murdered this person when he traditionally would, again, isn't even like a full cohesive thought. It's like this, it's intrusive, right? Like it pops in and it is gone, and as quick as it comes out. And as he is covered in blood and wiping his face, he blinks and looks around. And you would see then it go from this confusion and what is essentially like a feral animal waking up to like real terror when it reaches that point. And as he looks around and backs up, uh, he's gonna look as he puts his back against the end of the lounge where he would traditionally sit for therapy. He's not completely convinced this isn't a dream. He looks at the dead body for a minute, and his eyes and the camera slowly trace up from the broken, disgusting neck of this person he just murdered and consumed on up to almost proud looking Emilia. And he looks up at her and is frozen. Fight, flight, or freeze. This is the third option. He is stuck in this moment. Do I take out all the rage that I've pent up for this person for taking virtually everything from me in this moment? I've wanted this for so long. This is my chance to take a shot at her and end this or end her. Or do I run? And he does neither. I think in this option, he, for a moment, is stuck and frozen in kind of disbelief.
I think Emilia looks at you, watches all of this. Their feet kind of crossed, sitting, their butt like up on their desk, kind of leaning back against it with an oversized glass of something, again, thick and red. And just sips occasionally, watching you completely destroy this person. And when you finally raise your eyes up and take her in, she doesn't react. She doesn't try to run. She doesn't try to get you. She doesn't try to touch you. She just continues to sip and watch you and study you. And I think when she realizes that you're kind of frozen and stuck in that moment, she smiles and she's like, "It's nice to see you again. Please, take a seat."
In a desperate scramble, sitting on the floor, Jean-Pierre like crawls over to, I imagine it's not like that far of a distance, but he's gonna like move forward enough to where he's within arm's reach of Emilia. And he, in the disbelief, and I don't think his cognitive faculties have fully returned to him, but his immediate instinct is to try to put a hand through her leg, try to see if this is an apparition. He's going to like attempt from where he's at to try to like put a hand through her shoe or through her leg to see if this is a real thing. After having seen this person as his beast so many times, he knows this is Emilia. This is not performative, but it is a desperate last, like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe. And so he takes the swipe, and when it is met with like her corporeal leg, you see almost like every muscle in his body kind of relax a bit in exhaustion and confusion and in a sense of defeat. This is not the revenge fantasy that he imagined. He's not going to get his the bride from Kill Bill moment here. And as he weighs that, he's going to scoot himself back against the chaise longue as he sits on the floor with his legs out, and he is just gonna, he's not even gonna look at Emilia after realizing and knowing that she's real. He's just gonna try in his mind to buy some time by just, he needs to think. I just need to think. I need to figure this out. And just, he's in his mind for a moment.
I think she comes over and kind of lifts you up off of the floor and puts you into a chair and then rolls the body up in all the towels that she's kind of like covered the floor and the sofa in, and pops him like underneath that. And then looks at you and says, "The bag is for you. Go ahead and clean yourself up. You know I have a bathroom in my office right over there. Your mother's on her way, and I would like for you to look your best when we have a reunite moment, a moment of coming together. I'm so excited, really. It's almost as if I'm meeting you again for the first time."
The white hot rage rises in Jean-Pierre for a moment where he jerks towards you like he is going to attack you or push you or hit you.
A hug?
And he catches himself, and we see Jean-Pierre the most defeated I think that we have seen this character. We've seen him like go through some things, but he why?
Why what? Why are you here right now?
Why did you take everything from me? Why? And the
Take
rage
everything
was
from you. I mean, from where I'm sitting, it looks like you have everything you ever wanted. You're successful, you're popular, you're wealthy, you're long-lived. That's impressive. Look how far you've come. Transcended those struggles from the past. And it's brought you here.
he, without breaking eye contact and still weak from torpor and whatever the fuck is happening right now, is gonna scramble, reach for the armrest, miss it, kind of fall a little bit, put his hand back, and then he sits up on the chaise lounge. And during this, he doesn't break eye contact with Emilia. What am I doing here?
I said we're going to have a little reunion. Your mother is on her way. She's not going to be happy. I can fix that quickly when she sees that you're okay. But yes, she's on her way. I think there's some things we need to talk about. I wanted to wait a decade, but I couldn't, so you had 6 years, and I feel like it's more than fair for me to come and collect on, my custody.
Jean-Pierre smiles like a genuine smile at that. Oh my god. This is so pathetic.
Pathetic? Genuine love and care for your offspring is pathetic? I doubt you'd speak to Annaleigh this way. I mean...
If I thought you could experience shame, I'd be embarrassed for you. These are the lengths that you needed to go to get her to come here? Oh no.
No. I could have gotten her to come here just because she can't really say no to me. She tries, and we go back and forth and back and forth, and then I get what I want because that's how it happens. It's too much for you. You're a child, you don't know. The reason that you're important is because now we share a connection forever. Forever. She'll be bonded to me. I'll be bonded to you. You'll be bonded to me. You'll be bonded to her. We're a family.
The amount of delusion that you're carrying is staggering. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, and Jean-Pierre feels the human blood is kind of like brought. We're getting a little bit of like the normal Jean-Pierre as he returns. You know what, Emilia? I think you're right. I think a family reunion getting all three of us together in the same room is exactly what we need. And I am certain that this scheme, this plan, having me fucking kidnapped after you, and this is when he stands up. Because this is less about the current situation and now about everything. After you had me murdered, you left me to die. And what? Now we all hang around the barbecue, have a few beers. What's your end game here?
Did I leave you to die, or did I leave you to thrive?
Hmm.
You needed
Okay.
to transcend. You were caught at a dead end, and I found a way out for you. 6 years with the patron saint of lost causes. By her side, making her every day more and more wonderful. Making her smile, making her happy. All the things that I can do, but struggle, admittedly. You did all of those things. For me, for her. You should have heard how upset she was on the phone. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've heard that tone in a millennia. She's crazy about you, and I can see why. I'm very proud of my handiwork. I know you're going around as a Toreador, and that's really cute. But your self-determinism, young man, your self-determinism is just potent. And that could only come from one place.
You see at the mention of Annaleig's voice on the phone, Jean-Pierre does like a a check. He's, of course, but then he feels like a little bit of this isn't. He looks at the blood-soaked do-rag that he has on. This was you too, I assume.
Well, I couldn't have you looking any type of way. I also made sure, you're welcome, that the person that you came to with was really, really attractive. And willing. I know you have all sorts of policies around that kind of thing.
Jean-Pierre looks at the corpse, and there is a piece of bone that is jutting out from this person. And you can, from the way that he ripped open their neck, see some of their esophagus, which is now visible because he has opened up. And his heart drops not at the sight of the body, but at the lack of the reaction. That there is nothing. He doesn't feel anything about this person that he just killed or that he had to do that, which is, again, not something that would be typical for him. He starts to pace. He walks slowly to one side of the room. So I just want to make sure I understand this. Your plan was to essentially have a baby fix your marriage? And so now what? We see if all of the hard work that you've put in and all of the death and decay is worth it when she comes. What do you think? And he sits down at this, and he is gonna mirror her body language, like however she's sitting, he's gonna sit. What do you think is gonna happen when she gets here? You think that this is gonna be some familial reunion? Do you think she's gonna run into your arms? And then he really leans in. Do you think she still loves you?
You're so young. You're so impressionable. You don't know how the blood calls to you in another person. I know she still loves me. That's part of her problem. And you are a solution. You make it okay for her to love me. And don't worry, I won't get too close. I play the shadows very well when I need to. I just want to know that you're safe and you're okay, and she's safe and she's okay, and I want to make sure that you have the proper guidance that you need to really become who you're meant to become. Don't let the Toreador mythos, that clan, keep you from your true and ultimate power. There's so much more waiting for you. I think you know that.
He tries to hide. There is an interest. You see his eyebrow peak at that, and I think Emilia would notice this from the dozens of hours of therapy, that like what it looks like when he is interested or intrigued or wants to talk about something more but isn't going to be verbal about it. You are, oh boy, I hate to break it to you. I hate to be the person to tell you this, especially given that you've been trying and failing at this for over 100 years. I imagine that has to get tired. But at this point, Mama, she's moved on. You think your relationship with her is so special that she hasn't met anybody else, that she hasn't offered her heart to anybody else? That she doesn't have any of those secret inside jokes? I know, she's talked to me about you. We have no secrets between her and I.
None. Well, I won't question your relationship with your mother. That would be disrespectful, and I'm trying to be. I promised her that I'd be on my best behavior. I agree, my methods are unorthodox. It's true. I don't doubt that there have been others. But I do doubt that anyone shakes her up the way that I do.
And
He feigns being like physically grossed out. But that is like,
and
She just takes a long, slow sip.
And we are going to back out of that office for a moment while the two think about that, and go to the road where we are back in the car. Annaleigh, where do you think Jean-Pierre is? Knowing you've received that phone call, where are you telling the driver to go?
To the office. Emilia doesn't lie.
You are pulling in to the parking lot. This is a where is the office? Knowing that the Camarilla kind of the Camarilla operate out of West Philly, and Anarchs are center south. Emilia, where would you post up to work? Emilia. Yeah. Where would your office be in Philly?
I think because I keep such strange hours, I feel like my office is probably on a side street off of South Street somewhere.
Yeah,
where
okay.
People, like, haunt the roads.
Yeah, okay. So we're like, okay, cool. So perfect. So, you are a straight shot from the Chantry, and as you pull down into one of those side streets, like it's like, I don't know, like Christian or whatever, you pull into the very small parking lot. It's only enough for like 4 or 5 cars at any time. But Annaleigh, you recognize. Do you drive, Emilia? Okay.
I do drive, but I prefer to be driven. But I drive to work so that people aren't like, what is this humble therapist doing with a fancy driver in a Rolls Royce?
That's so perfect because Jean-Pierre hates to drive and only takes Ubers in this series so far. So it is like such a genetic thing.
It's a shame you don't trust me. You'd never have to pay for Uber again.
Oh shit.
That's pretty good to me.
Annaleigh, as you pull into the parking lot, you recognize that car. What is the last conversation you had in that car with Emilia?
I think in the car itself, it would have been a conversation where she was convincing She thought she was convincing Emilia that she wasn't going anywhere. She was really trying to convince herself. And I think that after that moment, something happened where she never trusted her enough to go into that car again.
I need you to make a rouse check. We're going to see how this impacts you.
It's a Slavian.
Okay. You start to, all these feelings come up, and it is really easy for Kindred to suppress the emotions that hold them back after living for such a long time post death. There's a certain practice that almost just becomes second nature of just shoving things down. And with Emilia, it's different. It's really hard to suppress these emotions. And the only reason that you don't succumb to them is because the prince, as the car slows to a stop, his hand is on your shoulder.
She's like looking in like a mirror, just like, my prince?
Yes.
I would ask a favor.
Go on.
That you stay here. If I need you, I will call. You've already done more than you need to with this. I'll take care of it.
I'll give you a time limit and then I'll just come in anyway.
That's fair. 10, 15 minutes?
Handle your business.
At
15 then.
At the door, however, you two notice a man and a woman. They are in matching uniforms or coordinating uniforms. It almost like they're standing guard.
Oh. There might be something for you to do.
Oh, am I going to fight?
Only if you have to.
Well, Knight's not getting any younger and your child's not getting any less kidnapped, so let's deal with this.
Understood.
He gets out of the car.
And she'll look at herself in the mirror like one last time. And then leave.
The people, they see Annaleigh and they know what you look like. I'm going to say that these are ghouls for all intents and purposes. They have been around for a bit. They know of you at least, but they certainly know the prince. And do you get out of the car, Marcus?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you do, the man like taps the shoulder of the woman and says, That's the prince. And she like straightens her shoulders and says, your majesty, what are you doing here?
You already know who I am, correct? Here's what I want you to do for me. Look very scared and run away.
Are you using a discipline for that?
No, I'm giving them a command.
Amazing. They hesitate only out of confusion for a second. Almost as if they're like, are we being manipulated by vampires right now? But when that moment passes, they look at each other and they say, let's fucking go. Let's go. and they start to move around the block, the corner. They don't go so fast. They do not run away, but they are speed walking the fuck out of this situation.
Told you.
Annaleigh, your path is unblocked for now. And I go let Lucius out of the back seat so he can run around the parking lot for a little bit.
So this is like a South Philly parking lot. So the tiger takes up about half of the space. So the tiger stretches his legs, and we're gonna say, you know what? Hold on. I just wanna give me one moment. 15 minutes.
Roll for tiger.
Yeah. There is a person that walks by at one point during this when Annaleigh goes by. They look over. They're drinking something out of a brown paper bag. They look over. They look at you. They look at the tiger. Give a nod, and they keep walking.
I fucking love this city.
Annaleigh, you can hear in the hallway two voices, very familiar, behind a closed door. And you, for a moment, you're compelled to pause and hear the last parts of the conversation. How does it feel to know that your child will go through the pains of coming out of torpor, would probably frenzy through fire, would absolutely consider true death for you?
She is heartbroken, but not as much because it's happening, but that she couldn't prevent it, because at the end of the day, she knew it would.
And how does it feel to know that you would go through the pains of torpor and frenzy through fire and consider true death for Emilia?
Very silly response, and it's like poetry. It felt right. Wrong, but right.
I'm going to return the scene to Emilia and Jean-Pierre, and Annaleigh, you can walk in whenever you'd like.
Do I hear the footsteps in the hallway?
Make a wits and awareness check.
I don't know. She's got the click clack, so you could roll that at advantage.
It is charcoal carpet, though. I'm assuming it's all the way through, just in case.
It is, yes, just in case. Which am I rolling?
Wits and awareness.
Wits and awareness.
Really quickly, Erin, check the Discord. Take a peek. Take a look. Take a gander.
Oh.
It's pretty spicy.
Where am I checking?
The Vamily reunion.
Ah, thank you.
I have one success, but it's a 10.
Is it on a blood die?
No.
Okay. Got it. Oh, okay, I got it. So, thank you. You do not hear the click-clacks. I think you are very focused on what's in front of you.
Okay. I feel like inside the voices are probably not as raised as Annaleigh would expect. And I think as I'm opening my mouth to say, well, you know, she had you all to herself for 6 years, and you're my child, so how could I have kidnapped you? That's nonsense. Don't be ridiculous. You're being so dramatic. You get that from me.
Someone who says that someone is their child, to have the gall to say that after abandoning them is, well, pathetic, but we all know you feel no shame.
You look wonderful. I think Emilia, like, sees you,
Jean-Pierre.
says that to you, and strides over to welcome you and offers a hand and, like, bows their head a little bit. How tall are you?
I think she's 5'6".
Okay. So she towers over you a little bit, but kind of, like, bends to be, like, at your level and goes to, like, offer her hand for yours. I didn't abandon him. I left him with you.
She walks past him and goes to Jean-Pierre. Are you all right?
Jean-Pierre looks at the disgusting body of the person that he murdered like 10 minutes ago and back to Annaleigh.
Don't.
I'm fine. He is going to, if he's close enough, he's gonna like reach out and like touch Annaleigh's hand.
She's gonna grasp it.
And with that, he's gonna stand up. Well, I feel catharsis. I feel like I've worked out some things. This has been a brilliant therapy session, Dr. Dupont. Thank you so much. We're so appreciative that you took the time to bring me in. But I think I'm feeling like this little family reunion has reached its crescendo. Any other emotionally devastating,
Jean-Pierre?
shattering revelations we want to have?
Please go wait outside.
Jean-Pierre looks at Emilia, not at Annaleigh, and like shoots daggers in his eyes as he like doesn't break eye contact, reaches to grab the nice clothes in like the leather bag, and then like leaves. He walks out. He doesn't, there's like not even hesitation. It's just like,
She calls
I'll
after
see you outside.
They're all your size. I have gift receipts in there as well if you need them.
He doesn't say anything back.
You wanted to be alone with me?
Jean-Pierre does not need to hear this.
I'm listening.
Oh no, I have nothing to say.
Nothing to say?
No.
Well, that just means you're going to leave all the talking to me. Are you sure you want to do that?
I think you'll be more than happy with that.
I will. Listen, I am very sorry that I didn't warn you. I know that you put your stink on him. I saw you notice him, and the second that you did, I couldn't let it happen. He's too much like me. You didn't notice that? All this time, he hasn't reminded you of a single person. All this time, you didn't notice that I left you a gift. A lost cause that isn't so lost. Look at what you've done with him. Look at what you've built. He's wonderful. He's beautiful. He's talented. Black excellence. I know that's what you strive for. I know that's what you like. And I did the hard part so you didn't have to. You're so delicate, my love. And I didn't want you to have to get your hands dirty. Do you understand I wasn't trying to hurt you?
What else would you call it? You were going to warn me before you betrayed me?
I admit, I could have been better. You didn't deserve a surprise. You deserve to know. I just knew that you wouldn't know what was good for you. Okay. I knew it was good for him.
You say this all the time.
It's never
I'm
not true.
not some light-minded. Why do you do this? It's been years. I have risen to heights that you will never touch.
I know.
And still you insist you have some kind of power. You have some kind of knowledge of what's best for me. Where have you been?
I've been missing you.
Clearly not enough. You
I under-
abandoned me.
That was not my intention. I hope you can forgive me for my absence. I'm not the best at following your rules. You know that about me. It's not so bad when there's two of us, but I know that you are meant for greater things than that. You can't stick to the shadows like I do. You have to live out in the light. And that's what he's supposed to do. He's enough of me to keep you happy, entertained, feeling useful, spurs you to bigger and better things. I am never not rooting for you, Annaleigh. It hurts to say this, but I might be your biggest fan. Tell me you didn't miss me. I'll go. You can walk out the door. We never have to say a word about this again. Tell me you didn't miss me. And it'll be over. Or I've been reading a lot of books about co-parenting. And I'd be honored to do that alongside you.
Rich, you abandon your child and talk about co-parenting with me?
I didn't.
Who has made him
abandon
everything he is? No. Who has given him what he needs to become what he is? He still is on his own. You have nothing to do with what and who he is.
How have you been dealing with his hunger? Not our hunger, but his hunger. That flame that burns way too hot for the sweetness of your heart. Have you found him in compromising positions? Has he been a little rough around the edges? Maybe some fires have been started, explosions. Because I can tell you where he was when my people found him. We all need a little help. There's a lot that I know about this. First-hand experience, lived experience, that I can add to this. And together we can make him bulletproof. As parents, you want better for your child than what you had. The person who offered me this immortality, they left too, unceremoniously, at a time that was cruel. I left him with you. One of my favorite, if not my most favorite vampire in the world. Someone who works until the job is done and doesn't give up because it doesn't serve them. Someone who would nurture him and help him cry over his mistakes and feel bad about the human that he just drank too much of. I can't do that. I can't do that for him. I can't do that for anyone. You should have seen him tonight. Oh, he was an animal, a beast. It was wonderful.
It was your doing.
You know, it was. I'm not going to shy away from that. I will take accountability. It was my doing.
But it's not.
And how did he look to you? He looked good, right? He looked a little more whole tonight. You expected raised voices. You expected furniture to be broken. For me to be bleeding by now. I'm not. He didn't hurt me. Could have. I left myself wide open.
What do you want? Plainly.
I miss you. So much. And I want to know our child. I want him to know that there's options out there that he didn't know before. And I want you to stop looking at me like that. She goes to pour you a glass of what she's drinking. I know I've been bad.
An understatement.
But isn't that kind of what you like about me? She gets like really close to you and hands you the glass.
She'll sort of look down and, without even realizing it, her hand does take the glass. And she'll
Tell me you didn't miss me.
What's the point of knowing that?
And make it easier to walk away.
You left me. You were the one who refused to change for us. How am I supposed to just let that go? You just want to co-parent? I'd ask if you were mad, but we all know the answer to that.
It was for your own good.
My own good. This again.
I just...
Why do you think you know what's good for me?
Can I ask you something?
You're going
beloved
to.
Prince, Primogen, Annaleigh. Multiple millennia. It's been me and you and me. Does he know about me?
No.
So who leaves whom, do you think?
That's
Or
not
do we
fair.
find something else, some secret third option that works for both of us?
That's not fair.
I mean, I think I've been rather fair tonight. I could have done a lot of things differently.
You could have done nothing at all.
I could have done nothing at all, but then you would be mad at me for doing nothing at all, and we can't have that. I'm doing something. I'm here. I'm late. But that's me. I'm late. But I'm here. And you can't bear to have people know your dirty little secret. I know that's what I am. I'm good at it. All I'm saying is maybe we go back to what feels right instead of beating around the bush like this. She tries to hold your hand.
She doesn't move, so she sort of lets her.
Listen, why don't you give it time? I can prove to you I did not kidnap him. He was my patient for a number of years. He wanted to move beyond. I gave him homework. He did it. It did not work. His hunger has always been greater than the human condition could allow. If I did anything, I took, a wanton and willing arsonist, really, off the streets and away from the human populace. Look at the destruction that he could be doing now. And he's not, because of your leadership, because of how beautiful you are, how sweet your soul. We make the most excellent team. But think on it. I'm not going anywhere.
She'll set the glass down. On the desk and sort of run her fingers along it. What have you been doing all this time? The past 6 years?
Hiding. Traveling. Pining. There are at least 3 women in the world who look almost like you. Not quite.
Is that supposed to flatter me?
I mean, it should, but I know that you're immune to such charms. I've been thinking about what I did. I've been realizing that your kind ask permission before you turn someone. I imagine that was disappointing and embarrassing, and I recognize I've wounded your pride. And that's very bad of me, and I'm sorry.
It has... It's okay, because it has been, as you start to answer, 15 minutes. Marcus.
Yes.
You can enter at any time.
John, first thing you see is a very large white tiger coming up the stairs.
You're muted.
Jean-Pierre and Lucius are homies. I like to think that the most trouble so far, because I didn't blow up Eagle Stadium, it didn't happen again. I feel like I deserve credit for that. I think the most kind of hubbub that Jean-Pierre has had with the prince, outside of a few kind of faux pas here and there, has been feeding Lucius things that Lucius isn't supposed to eat. And thinking he's doing it like clandestinely, but getting cracked by the prince for it. And so far, he's only gotten reprimanded by Brennan, but so he sees Lucius like kind of coming up the stairs, and as he's walking down, he is excited to see Lucius and goes down and is gonna like rub his, and then he realizes that this is a precursor of the prince, that Lucius, there's only one fucking white ghoul tiger in the world that he knows about, and so he's just gonna assume that the prince is right after. He changed after he left upstairs. He almost put on the design of his own that Emilia got, and he did put it on. And when he looked at himself in the mirror, the repulsion is surprising and swift and quick and confusing. And he undresses immediately, taking his own designs off, which feel tainted, and there's something now. He decides to wear the nicer clothes and heads down. Aaron, I want to say, I want to have had heightened senses on, just because Jean-Pierre's a nosy bitch, and this is canon. We've seen him be nosy before. And I want to have listened to as much of the interaction between Calamity, or oh my god, between Annaleigh and Emilia. And he is listening. You see him kind of like his eyes darting because he's so focused and is so intent on listening to what they're saying. He's waiting. He is waiting for the wood to smash, for someone to get their shit broken in, for there to be some kind of violence. Sure. And when he doesn't hear that, and he hears the tone of Annaleigh's voice, his muscles kind of relax. You'd see him kind of like this. Oops, sorry. And then this to him was a last, well, not with Annaleigh, but it was his last bastion of hope that this could be dealt with in any way that wouldn't require any further kindred getting involved or the prince getting involved. This kind of like naivete that, well, maybe she'll kill her and this will all be over and then we can just move on with our collective lives. And when he hears, I think, Emilia laying it down on Annaleigh, and when he feels that defensive barrier begin to have like some holes in it, he's defeated again for the second time this evening, and he turns to leave.
And as Lucius passes you, you see, follow close behind, you see the prince coming up the stairs. And he stops and looks at you. Well, not as kidnapped as I was led to believe.
It's been a long night, Your Majesty. I apologize for the hubbub and that you had to show up here. Annaleig's upstairs, and he kind of like looks up.
I gave her 15 minutes, and the 15 minutes has come and gone. So now my curiosity is going to be sated one way or another.
You see like a glimmer, like a sparkle in Jean-Pierre's eye as he raises an eyebrow. Honestly, Your Majesty, I'm really worried about her safety. Some of the things that I heard Emilia say, I know that I can't take her, especially in the state that I'm in, but you might want to hurry up there. I think she's in danger.
And I'm pretty sure that is the first time I've heard her name because Annaleigh never said Emilia.
Jean-Pierre just assumes that Annaleigh told the prince, so he's just like, yeah, she's up there.
Well, now I have a name. There's a car downstairs. And I walk.
One last thing, Your Majesty. She is a threat to the masquerade. The woman upstairs, Emilia. More so than any other kindred that I can think of in Philadelphia. And this is an opportunity to handle this and to extinguish this before it becomes anything further. I just wanted to make sure that you enter the situation with the full suite context.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that greatly. Let me see. Describe the soul. Let me see if someone's lying. It doesn't. I'll take that into consideration. Be safe, John. And he walks
really quickly, you met one last thing. I'm so sorry to impose. I know you always have extra burner phones on you. Do you have one that I could use by chance?
He reaches into a pocket and he pulls out like 3.
I'm gonna take one of like I imagine that he just bought like a huge like truckload, bulk load of like the Boost Mobile like flip phones from back in the day.
He has both flip phones and the new like smartphone track phones that are you can still pay. Like so there's a touchscreen one in there.
Got it. Jean-Pierre, like, his fingers don't work on touchscreens. They're like too cold. So he's gonna take the flip phone, the T9. Thank you so much. Be safe. And he is more flustered. As soon as he has the phone, he kind of is gone. He's gonna say goodbye to the prince, and Jean-Pierre leaves the building. Oh, Aaron, can I call Simone to make sure that they are okay?
Yeah.
We can also save it too.
We can do that, but first we're gonna see what Marcus does.
I walk to the door that I saw John standing in front of, and I knock on it 3 times.
Inside, Emilia strokes Annaleig's arm one last time. Maybe tucks her hair behind her ear. And just sort of like gives her a lingering glance. She puts her glasses back on. Just a moment. You have all the time in the world. I'm not going to go anywhere until I know what you want. Okay? Our child wouldn't knock like that, so I'm assuming that's unwelcome company. You don't seem surprised to hear a knock. Please take a seat. It'll be better for everyone.
I'd prefer to stand.
Suit yourself. She opens the door, notepad and pen in hand. Hello. Good evening. I don't think I know you.
And I don't know you, which is
I'm
strange.
Emilia. This is my office.
I'm the prince.
Oh,
This
goodness.
is my city.
Hello, Your Majesty. I have a home here. I'm surprised we've never met. Extends a hand in deference.
I walk in. I don't shake the hand.
Interesting.
Where does it look like? What seat is obviously Emilia's?
There's the seat behind the desk, and then
Mhm.
there's like one right next to the desk that looks like a cozy, like, therapist chair.
I sit at the seat behind the desk, and Lucius sits right in front of the cozy one. I gave you 15 minutes, Annaleigh. I see that
Apologies.
John is not as kidnapped as I was led to believe, but he gave me a bit of information in the hallway that gives me a bit of pause. He says that you, and he looks at Emilia, are a threat to the masquerade.
A threat to the masquerade. I mean, I'm a therapist. So if anyone were to knowingly break the masquerade in this office, I'm pretty sure my license would have been revoked by now. I'm not trying to say that he's lying. It's his first time meeting me. I recognize that he may be a little unsettled by the fact that I was once his therapist and now he is turned into one of us. But I certainly would never dream of breaking the masquerade for anything.
Why was he here?
I wanted to have a conversation with him. I hadn't seen him in some time. It was important to me to check in.
Just a doctor checking in on a patient.
More or less.
You see, my sheriff informed me that one of his coterie was pushed down 3 flights of stairs, and another was staked and kidnapped, and then I find the kindred that was staked and kidnapped here. The Toreador Primogen tells me that she knows exactly who did this, and she brings me here. The person kidnapped says that you are a threat to the masquerade, and since we don't know each other, which again leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth, you probably don't know that above all things, I hold the masquerade as the utmost pinnacle of what needs to be protected. In that, if you are a threat to the masquerade, I'll just collect your head, depending on how old you are. So, what I feel like Jean Pierre was actually saying was, please go kill this woman.
That's what it sounds like. However, and this is not to play down anything about Jean-Pierre. He's quite young and quite new to this. You know, I am willing to take the L, as the children say, for not introducing myself sooner. I'm not really big in the ministry. I'm not at the top of the food chain, so to speak. There's really no one in charge right now for me to have been introduced to you. I've been in and out of your city. I have homes all over the world when I go and do what I do. And I do it well. Lots of hours spent in libraries, doing white papers, writing all kinds of journal articles. It keeps me very busy and away from a lot of vampire society, which I imagine is why you've not met me. But can I just say, as a ministry member and as a therapist, I like what I do. I love my life. Betraying the masquerade would put an end to that, whether through unveiling myself to humans that might riot and kill me, or because you would come after me. It just seems counterintuitive to what I'm trying to build here. I have a practice. Where am I going? She glances sidelong at Annaleigh and turns back to the prince. I'm not going anywhere.
No one in the Ministry of Power do you know why there isn't someone actively in charge of the ministry right now?
I don't. Again, very fringe.
They tried to kill Annaleigh and were working in conjunction with the Sabbat. So I chopped off her limbs and had my tiger clamp down on her throat, and then I took her back to my mansion for questioning. That's why.
Thank goodness for you. I can't imagine. Annaleigh, are you all right? Please know, if I had known.
It was over 40 years ago.
If I had known, I would have said something. I would have done things differently. I didn't. It wasn't something that we had discussed in, the few times we've met.
Annaleigh, you are very quiet. Is Jean-Pierre right?
About what, Your Majesty?
Is this woman a threat to the masquerade? Or, I'll take a piece of that sentence out. Is this woman a threat?
Before you answer, Marcus, there's a ring on your phone.
Hold that thought. Lucius, wash them. I answer the phone.
It's an unrecognizable number, and the voice you hear is clearly modified. There's a moment of pause. And then it says, "The Baron thanks you for the explosives." And all of you feel a shattering of a sound wave, shockwave coming towards you through the building. As all of the windows, the glass is busted out and shatters into thousands of pieces. Lucius is ears back, hair raised, tail down, fangs bared. You all have ringing in your ears. And in an abandoned pier in Queen Village, there's an explosion. One that you, Jean-Pierre, have seen several times. Marcus, you have seen. Annaleigh, you've even seen an premonition. And that is the end of part 1 of our vignette of Philadelphia by
My
Night.
blood pressure. So good. This, like, legitimately, this is one of the tables where, like, every time I wasn't speaking, I felt like an audience member. I was just so interested in every single interaction. Oh my god, this was so good.
Yeah, the game yesterday that I played with Justin and Daryl and Calamity, that there were moments that I had like visceral reactions to things, and I was having that from like the eerie calm of Candace's voice playing Emilia, just like that really narcissistic, toxic therapist, and then like the laugh you had, Aetherius, when Jean-Pierre was like, "You're a fucking idiot if you think that Annaleigh is gonna like, you know," and then like the very pregnant pauses of Annaleigh like questioning where she stands, and then like the looming threat that Marcus has all the time. It is on, and it's so good. You all are amazing.
It was so
Nothing says
amazing.
threatening like just
Awesome time.
nothing says threatening like I'm coming with a tiger.
Somewhere in that therapy room, there is beef jerky.
Yeah.
And it
There is a
going
body.
to Lucius's mouth.
Somewhere in that therapy room is a very dead body.
Yes.
Oh, that's true.
That's
Well,
true.
No one's
There's
allowed
no
to know
blood
about
in it,
that.
unfortunately. I do want to say, and I feel like it's important that the audience knows this. This was Candace's fucking first time playing Vampire the Masquerade. First time ever playing the game. Like,
Out of the park.
Thank you.
I could
Absolutely
not.
incredible.
The little secret celebration that me and Calamity had when we learned that we had like got you to agree to it was just so vindicated right now. It's so satisfying.
Thank you.
It was so good. It was amazing.
You
Thank
were
you.
terrifying in a good way.
Thank you. That's what I was going for. I'm thrilled.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
I
been
had so much
practicing
fun.
my voice all week.
Candace, like it like that like back and forth, it stands distinct in my like memory as an actual play actor of the back and forth of Jean-Pierre, like the therapy sessions. And Erin, I think you did a very good job of like having the therapy session vignettes so that when we do see these two in the present day timeline, like we have that history to make it that much more but I thought about it like and this is one of those things that kind of comes to you mid-session. I was like, I should mirror Candace a little bit, like some of the energy that she is bringing, but like Jean-Pierre doesn't have the pretense of being like a therapist, and he's like, it's so good. So
Yeah.
Spicy meatball.
It was incredible. And I also like I felt very like impacted in a good negative way by just listening to like your therapy talk, and it was conveyed through Annaleigh. And it was like that it's like the Steven Universe characters Lapis Lazuli and God, what's their partner's name? Jasper. And that just like
Jasper, yeah.
Yes, that very toxic, like I could see you folding in character, and I was like, no, you're the primogen. You're better than this. And it was so
it was good though.
Oh, it was so good. Okay, I want everybody to reintroduce themselves and share everything that you're doing. And I'm gonna go in the same order, starting with Candace.
Hello. I have been Emilia, the secret train wreck / mom to be. You can find me at the Candace Marie on Twitter and Blue Sky, at Candace the Magnificent, everywhere else. On the 17th of next month, I will be running Monster Hearts on Chaotic Wholesome Presents, who is actually nominated for Best Legacy Twitch channel. I'm over there a lot. They let me do a takeover this month if you want to check out any of the other Pride tables or the Juneteenth table. The Juneteenth table, I mean, all of the tables have been just absolutely ridiculous, but the Juneteenth table is epic. So please check it out on their YouTube. All the VODs are there. You can hear me every other Saturday, so not tomorrow, but the following Saturday on What We Do in the Shallows, which is an original 5e horror campaign that's pirate themed. You can hear me in the podcasts Bloom and Blight and the Candlestick Crimes, wherever you catch your pods. And I feel like there's other stuff that I'm forgetting, so just look at my socials. Oh, there is a Bluebeard's Bride AP that's coming out that has a really just stacked cast that I was fantastically happy to be a part of. That is going to drop in July. So if you like Bluebeard's Bride, you like tales of feminine horror, I play the femme fatale and I wear this same wig.
Yes.
So check it out.
Amazing.
That wig has power. I feel it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The character,
Yes.
the other character is very different. The other character is, she's kind of wimpy. I play the fatale, so I'm looking for love in literally all the wrong places.
Oh my gosh. And we're so happy. Thank you so much. I've always wanted to play with you. I'm so honored that not only do I get to play with you, but I was able to tell a story for you. And I could not have played an NPC like Emilia as half as good as you have brought her to life. So incredible.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And
yeah, the first time I had ever heard of Vampire the Masquerade, I was 8 and in a Hot Topic, where they had like a bunch of merchandise. My mom had taken me out of school early to go to Hot Topic and go shopping because she's like, "This is obviously for you. You need to know about this, you creepy little black child. Here's this weird ass store for you." And I was like, "This is weird for me." And I bought actually a Vampire the Masquerade shirt before I knew anything about tabletop role playing games, before I knew anything about the system. Didn't know anything from anything. It just immediately called to me, and I was like pulled toward it. And I still have my shirt. I still have the 2 stickers that I bought that day. Like, I have been waiting for a redacted amount of time to play this game. And it is wonderful that not only did I get to play it like with a storyteller that is nominated for a goddamn award, but like at such a talented all black table. Like, y'all just really, I mean, I weep for future tables of VtM that I'm at, because what are they going to offer me after this? So thank you so much for being so welcoming and for being so open and just being fantastic and like making this little like baby dream of mine come true.
Ugh, what an origin story. That just makes this even more poignant. So incredible. Before I start crying, we're gonna go to Calamity.
Oh, hello, I'm Calamity. You can find me all over the internet as Hey Calamity with 3 Ys at the end, except on Twitch. That's only 2 Ys at the end. I do all kinds of stuff in the tabletop space, from performance to production to dramaturgy. You can also find me over at Telltale Hearts, which likes to celebrate, promote, and create diverse and inclusive content in the space. We have some stuff coming up, so keep an eye on their socials. That's Telltale Hearts on all the things. The only place that's a little different is Instagram, which has an underscore at the end. But yeah, if you want to see me, you can find me here. You can also, or for like vignettes here and there, like this. You can also find me over on Castleton. You can find me with House Mace, Ursula Mace, the middle Mace child of Precious family. Nothing can happen to my sisters. I'll fight. You can also catch me streaming all kinds of MMOs, mostly Final Fantasy 14 right now. And also playing a bunch of RPGs and visual novels and just anything story-based I love. So that is what I do all over the interwebs. That is it for me. Oh, Quietus! I forgot about not Quietus. Oh my gosh. It's escaping me. The system is Quietus. My brain is breaking. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the Melancholy We Weave?
Yes, thank you, Melancholy We Weave.
Hey!
Yes, we're also that just got announced this week. Melancholy We Weave is a anthology of horror stories using the Quietus system. Candace is in it, and there's a bunch of amazing other creators that are part of it, and I get to also be a part of it, which is super neat. That's by Other Sider Studios, who also does Arcane Core, which I'm also a part of. So,
that's such a cool name, and that sounds like such a cool project, and I want to consume all the horror. So can you send me the link to that too? And also you were the producer for Twisted Fates. Come on. Right?
I am. I just feel bad because I'm just getting started and I don't feel like I've really like earned it.
You have
Does
helped.
that make sense? I am just getting started, but yes, I am a producer over at Twisted Fates, which just announced their second season of Candela Obscura, and also is working on Tampa by Night.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
excited. It's gonna be so good.
Yes, you have also a full docket on your end of things too. So this is just a reminder to everybody that's a content creator to make sure you're taking care of yourselves and you're treating our friends with respect, because we love each other and it's hard out there and the hustle's real, but so is the heart. So fucking, like, you're doing great. You're doing a really good job. And speaking of things, like a million things on your plate, Aetherius, what are you doing? Who are you? Where do we find you?
Hi, bunch of existential questions there. I'm gonna try to keep
What
it
are we?
TTRPG specific. What even are we? My name is Aetherius Bordeaux. You can find me as Vampire Himbo on most parts of the internet, except for Twitch and TikTok, which are the two platforms you can find me, Vampire_Himbo. I am a content creator, Twitch affiliate, AP actor. I just decided to drop the baby prefix. I used to say baby AP actor, but I feel like I've done enough, like dozens of fucking hours of this at this point to where I can like just, but yeah, you can find me obviously here playing Jean-Pierre. I play in the Camarilla coterie, which is myself, Extel, who is brilliant, who plays Sheriff John, who's been mentioned many times. The fabulous them Fatal plays Simone, who got pushed down 3 flights of stairs. And then we have Juicy Garland, Crit award nominated Juicy Garland in that cast. And it is so fun. I have to say, I can't get over, and I joked about this during the break, that I like dissociated to like the Black Panther ancestral plane because of the amount of Black excellence I experienced like in one sitting. This truly was, Candace, you mentioned a sentiment like, like woe is the next Vampire the Masquerade table that you play at. This story, the quality of your actors, I love working with each of you, and we'll play at a table with virtually any person on this screen at the drop of a hat. So I had to get that out because it is just it is still top of mind for me, just how amazing and unique it is that we have a platform to tell like an all Black vampire story, and to do so in a space where like we can bring our Blackness comfortably and not be tokenized, and that isn't the case everywhere in this industry. So I feel like it is really worth acknowledgement when we have those spaces. And thank you, Erin, for like facilitating that, and thank you to all the Black creators on your screen for saying yes. Okay, end of that. Sorry, that was like obligatory. I felt like I needed to say that with my chest. You can find me on Castleton as well. I'm playing Phineas Revelborn, your favorite demigod of presentation, your master of spectacle. I host an in-universe TV show on that called Good Morning Castleton. I interview a bunch of the in-universe characters. I have a very interesting part as a hook. There's a little bit to get you to watch tomorrow. I have a very interesting part into tomorrow's episode, which is going to air, and I won't say too much, but I will say that it does involve some deaths. There are some people that are not going to make it out of the next episode. And I'm trying to think of other projects. Oh, I just joined Roll D5, which is an amazing indie TTRPG conglomerate collective group of people. That's been a brilliant platform. They have been really receptive to my feedback so far, which I've appreciated. We love that in the space. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, Mutvia. Aaron and myself are in Mutvia on Tuesdays. Is it Mutvia or Mutvia? I've always
Mutvia.
like Mutvia. We're in Mutvia
Yeah.
on Tuesdays, y'all. And it is so nice, let me tell you. So I'm in Mutvia. I'm just realizing that Elias has been mispronouncing that, and I'm not changing it. I'm not going to switch the character.
Don't, it makes sense
say,
for
'cause
your
he's an
character.
immigrant and that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
That is amazing. So we have a bunch of folks who are in that you can see in other Philly by Night things. And then the last thing I will tease is a little bit off in the distance. It is my first audio specific podcast, which has been really creatively engaging. Like working within a new medium has been so much fun, and thinking about how I convey the same amount of like trying to inhabit the character through audio only is just it's been really really fun. And that is called Saints Curiosities. That's going to be on the Tabletop Tailspinners Network, run by the fabulous Emma. I think that is looking at like a fall-ish release. It takes place in the 90s. I play a conspiracy theorist, and this is the 90s, and so it is Mothman and like the Majestic 12, and not fucking QAnon or any of the dumb shit that like is out there now. This is back then, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. So you can find me in those projects, probably more than I'm missing, but I'm going to pass the torch on over to Darryl.
Speaking of voice acting, what do we got with Darryl?
Hello. Yes, I am Darryl, and I also am a voice actor, TTRPG performer, and a bunch of other things. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Mr_DarrylDorsey. Most of the TTRPG stuff is going to be on Twitter. If you follow me on Instagram, it's probably going to be just posts of me at the gym. I've been doing it for 20 years, and now I have to share it with everyone. Projects, I am the DM, storyteller, GM for the Fan Gang podcast, where we're wrapping up our San Diego by Night vampire story, and we've started recording our Curse of Strahd adventure. I just finished up a recording with Queen's Court Games, game of Cult. That is the most I'm going to say about it. It was my first time playing it, and it was a time. Cult is a game. And once again, I'm going to plug just like one of my favorite things I've played this year, which is a game of Beam Saber with Mayday Roleplay, Godzilla King of the Cosmos. You can find that on Mayday Roleplay YouTube, and I believe it is in podcast form as well. So wherever podcasts are, if you listen to Mayday Roleplay, you can probably find it. That's it for me. I don't have 7,000 things like these.
It's probably a lot easier for
That's a good
yeah,
thing.
it's probably good.
I don't have that many things. I just feel like the things that I do have are like very intensive, which is a good thing.
Yes.
Like this.
Mhm.
This is where you want to be putting your energy, is into channels and creators like this. And congrats, like Erin. I don't know if you were gonna do an outro on yourself, but
You're gonna make me, or I'll get in trouble.
yeah.
You gotta do it.
So, hi everybody. I was your storyteller today. I am erinmylaundry. I'm a cozy horror streamer on Twitch. I'm also the founder of the TTRPG Collective. Please join us. We're a Discord server of over 700, and we provide mutual aid, support, networking, education for folks in and adjacent to the tabletop industry, and a whole lot of games. And it's always growing, and we're always learning, and it's always getting bigger. Our next project over there is another EduPanel series for game design, and we might have a familiar face on that panel. That is it. You can find me everywhere, erinmylaundry underscore erinmylaundry, I believe. It's one of them. Look me up and you'll find me. And I am also in the Mutvia game on Tuesdays. I do most of the stuff over here. I'm doing Philly by Night, and I was also nominated for a Crit Award for Best Storyteller for World of Darkness, which I love so much, but I could not have fucking done it without this amazing cast and all of the other players. And just a touch on a theorist's note about Black excellence, I will never have that lived experience, but I have lived this experience of witnessing this kind of Black excellence, and it was very special. I loved sitting back and setting this up for you. I loved watching where you all took it, where you went with each other. That was an incredibly special moment, and I'm very, very grateful to be able to have the space, and that I was a part of this. So thank you very much for having me here as well. if you would like to see another Philly by Night table that I very much recommend, because we all fucking support each other. It's not a competition, no matter what people believe. There is another Philly by Night game on YouTube by Dimples and Dice. It is an all black table, including GM. So if you would like to see more of that, please go give them a follow and watch their stuff too, because it's really, really good. And it's about Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is the best city in the world. Hail Gritty. And with that, we are raising money through the rest of the month for Galay, which is a QT BIPOC led and minded organization providing resources and services for underrepresented queer folks in Philadelphia. It is a really great cause. It's helping a lot of people who are in dire straits all the time, and it's helping people thrive, and that's what we love. And we are giving away merch from Philadelphia Printworks, which is a Black women-led company in Philadelphia. Also, beautiful designs by BIPOC creators, going towards charity. And one of those flagship projects is for Palestine, which for the next 2 months, all of our episodes will be switching gears to support Palestinians in the genocide, because it is unequivocally a genocide. And with that, this weekend, our next Philly by Night episode is up and coming. There are 2 Anarch campaigns that are happening before we come back to the Camarilla. But this weekend, my best friend Everything Bagel is moving in with me, so it's gonna be a little quiet on on my end of things while we adjust to that, and it'll be really exciting. And yeah, that is it, I think. And I'm gonna find somebody to raid. And hi, Vancouver Renee is another really great vampire channel that you should be following. We are going to raid, unless if any of y'all have a suggestion, but I'm about to raid this one. Give me the diverse tables. Got it. We're going to be raiding Long Lost Lure. They are playing Blood from a Stone. I don't know what system they're using, but there is a content warning for intense horror scenarios, and honestly, we just left a poor corpse on the floor, and I think
I'm trying to do it into a Pez dispenser tonight,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
have no
I
regrets.
put towels on him.
You did. I think we've prepared our
Daryl's like,
audience for this
I don't
situation.
speak French.
Yeah, I don't speak French. But anyways, thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. Thank you to everybody in chat. And
Erin, you're cutting out a little. It might be just me.
no, it's me. It's because I'm raiding. So I'm just gonna go. Bye, everybody.